The Keshe Foundation is extending an invitation to medical doctors of any practice and speciality to apply to the Foundation's private weekly medical teaching workshop. This includes medical doctors, dentists, and veterinarians. Scientists of the Keshe Foundation developed different types of plasma therapies and cures that utilize advanced, non-invasive plasma technology. The weekly private medical teaching workshop educates doctors to the plasma science behind the therapies, along with the functionality and operation of revolutionary plasma medical devices. The goal of the private teachings is to add plasma health knowledge to the profound knowledge of medical doctors. The weekly class is broadcast live over the internet through a secure private channel every Wednesday from 2 to 5 p.m. Central European Time. Presently, the class is only offered in English. However, you are free to bring a translator to the class. If you can't participate in the live broadcast, you can watch them later at your convenience through a private internet portal. Every patient's case that is discussed in the workshop will be kept anonymous and private. This includes cataloged findings and data gained from the analysis of the patient's health issues. Any medical doctor in the world who wants to participate can do so by sending an email to doctors@spaceshipinstitute.org. In your email, please state your willingness to participate in the medical teaching workshop. If you're planning on bringing a translator to the workshop, please state this in your email as well. After we receive your email, we will contact you with the instructions on how to apply to the workshop. As a part of the application process, applicants who apply, including any translators brought into the workshop, will be required to sign the Keshe Foundation's World Peace Treaty, which can be found at the following web address. All applicants will be required to provide proof of their education and ability to practice medicine, and will also be required to pass an extensive security background check before they are granted access to the teaching workshop. Healthful plasma technology is here, now, the use of which is increasing exponentially on a day-to-day basis on every continent. We encourage you to come and learn about this revolutionary technology. Apply today. The Keshe Foundation is extending an invitation to experienced farmers, agricultural specialists, and researchers to apply to the Foundation's private weekly agriculture teaching workshops. If you fall into one of these categories and are interested in plasma technology integration into agriculture, you're invited to apply. Scientists and agricultural practitioners of the Keshe Foundation continually develop and apply new methods of food and fiber production, soil fertility management, plant and livestock health management, and increased farm productivity using the most advanced plasma technology that is taught at the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. In the teaching workshop, you'll learn the science of plasma technology and its applications in the field of agriculture for enhanced and equitable global food production while minimizing costs and external inputs. Practicing farmers and Keshe Foundation scientists will demonstrate their application of plasma technology in agriculture and the ensuing results of such applications, thus deepening and enriching learning for all participants in the private teachings. Participants are encouraged to demonstrate their farming practices in the teaching workshop. The private teachings are broadcast in English live over the internet through a secure private channel every Wednesday at 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Central European Time. If necessary, you may bring a translator to the workshop. All applications are required to provide proof of their education and professional qualifications, must pass a security background check, and are required to sign the Keshe Foundation's World Peace Treaty, which can be found at the following web address. Translators that attend must also pass a security check and sign the World Peace Treaty. For details on how to join the private teachings in agriculture, send an email to agriculture@kfssi.org stating that you'd like to participate. Include in the email your education and agricultural experience and reasons for your interest in plasma technology. Applicants will be contacted with further instructions and details on the application process. The Keshe Foundation is proud to announce the Second Universal Council and Second Science Conferences, which will be held in Rome, March 27th through 31st, 2017. If you're interested in attending both or either conference, please go to www.keshefoundation.org and click on New Web Shop at the top of the homepage. You can attend the conferences as an audience member or participate as a science conference presenter. Presenters will be allocated 1 hour to present products and innovations in Keshe plasma technology in any of the following categories: space technology, health, materials, energy, agriculture, transportation, the environment, GANs and nanotech, and any other area that applies. Foundation distributors and manufacturers will be attending the conference, affording you the opportunity to build relationships to promote and market your products. The full package price for both conferences is €1,650 per person, which includes daily attendance to the conferences, 6-night stay in Rome, as well as breakfast, tea, and lunch on the days of the event. Accommodations for this package is based on double occupancy. Check-in on the 26th of March, check-out on the 1st of April. The full package price for 2 persons for both conferences is €3,300, which includes daily attendance for 2 persons, 6-night stay in Rome, as well as breakfast, tea, and lunch on the days of the conferences. Accommodations for this package include a twin room with a king-size bed. Check-in on the 26th of March, check-out on the 1st of April. You can stay additional nights if you wish at a cost of €175 per night per person. A single ticket for those who wish to only attend the Universal Council Conference, which takes place on the 27th and 28th, is €750, which includes the price of admission plus 2-night stay in Rome in a 2 single-bed room, as well as breakfast, tea, and lunch on the days of the event. Accommodations is based on double occupancy. Check-in on the 26th of March, check-out on the 29th. A 2-person ticket for those who wish to only attend the Universal Council Conference is €1,500, which includes the price of admission plus 2-night stay in Rome in a hotel room with a king-size bed, as well as breakfast, tea, and lunch on the days of the event. Accommodations is based on double occupancy. Check-in on the 26th of March, check-out on the 29th. A single ticket for those who wish to only attend the Universal Science Conference, which takes place on March 29th through March 31st, is €1,150, which includes the price of admission plus 4-night stay in Rome in a 2 single-bed room, as well as breakfast, tea, and lunch on the days of the event. Accommodations is based on double occupancy. Check-in on the 28th of March, check-out on the 1st of April. A 2-person ticket for those who wish to only attend the Universal Science Conference is €2,300, which includes the price of admission plus 4-night stay in Rome in a hotel room with a king-size bed, as well as breakfast, tea, and lunch on the days of the event. Accommodations are based on double occupancy. Check-in on the 28th of March, check-out on the 1st of April. If you would like to attend and prefer to make your own arrangements for accommodations, the price of admission to either conference is €200 per day. We look forward to meeting you at the Second Universal Science and Council Conferences in Rome, March 27th through 31st, 2017.
Welcome everyone to the 160th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. It's Thursday, February 23rd, 2017. And once again, we welcome people from around the world and perhaps around the universe to our gathering here with the famous now Mr. Keshe of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, and he will expound today on the things that have happened this week and plans for the future and whatever other hot topics that come up. I understand it's pretty hot where Mr. Keshe is, so I'm sure there's lots of hot topics there. Mr. Keshe, are you available?
Yes, good morning, good day to you. As usual, whenever you listen to these knowledge programs. Thank you very much, Rick. Today, as usual, we carry on with teaching and we further try to expand our horizon of knowledge and being enlightened that we can achieve more in so many ways in different aspects of the development of the technology. As usually, we make some comment on what is getting developed and what is going on around the technology. At this moment of time, due to the way the technology is working and is getting expanding, is that we have come with the authorities to the point that we have to bring standards into the structure of the plasma. What this means is the scientists at governmental level and scientists at institutional level have start understanding the process. They have started comprehending the changes that this technology is bringing. They have started putting the materials and the conditions these materials produce into test and seeing the results very rapidly. Now, as usual, as is their job, they're asking what's next. We have to develop a standard for this. So we are working now with governmental institutes, and in a coming time we'll ask for a lot of help from you knowledge seekers who are expert in these kind of things, or you have seen a way of doing it in an easier way, to collaborate with Keshe Foundation Ghana. And then it goes with a standardization of finding new systems, new ways to measure what we have developed. What this means is that we have developed the GANs, we have developed nanomaterials, we have developed the interaction of plasma, liquid plasma, what we call the water, which has no traces of the GANs in it, but carries all the property of the material which is used. So now we have come to redefine a lot of understanding about the technology. What we had to do in the past few weeks, working with scientists at the governmental level to bring the situation under the understanding of the totality, when we call a measurement what it is, we had to explain a lot of things in a new way, which gradually will filter down and people will understand. We call the GANs production of the liquid plasma. How do we create it? What does it do? How is it achieved? For example, if you put a cup of GANs and then put water on it, mix it with the water. We all have seen it. The water moves up and the GAN settles. What does it do? How does this happen? Why do we get like the material of the GANs at the bottom? And what happens to the water? In fact, if you look at it, it's a filtering system. We are used to the filtering by water going through the filter and come out the other way clean. But with the GANs, because of its property, it's totally opposite. You can put the GANs on the top, and as the water goes through, it filters the water. So the GANs process for production of the liquid plasma, we call it the filtering now because it's easier way. When the water goes through, this layer is not solid, it's not like you put a chalk and calcium or whatever in the solid filters now. You get now a mixture of the GANs filter. This has changed a lot of understanding for the scientist. It's a filtering process. And in that filtering process, it goes through bacteria change as much as anything else which could be in the water. Now we are learning more and more about this filtering. And now we can quantify it. We have to start quantifying it. We've seen the American company who took the GANs of gold as a nanostructure, and we saw it in presentation months ago, how they have mixed the solid GANs of gold in other sediments as a layer of filtering. So we created a new system. We have created a liquid filtering, or what we call in a state of non-solid state. This has given us a new way easier to be able to explain the process to the scientist. Now this has pushed us to the next level. What we saw in TEPCO in situation with the testing and then implementation of it was the scientists in TEPCO came up, we cannot measure, this thing keeps on going, the more water we get from it, the lower it goes. So we have done with TEPCO 2 years ago to dry the GANs. So now we can use a dry GANs as a filter. You can literally put it there as a filter. But now we can measure it. So many milligram of GANs has such a strength, has such a properties. The other thing now we are facing with the scientists is, for the first time, we have to explain the strength of our GANs in a totally different way. In a totally different way than we are used to. I was just explaining before we start. We have to start explaining GANs in a three-dimensional property matter, which never been done before. It becomes a three-dimensional entity at such a point, with such a gravitational strength and with such a magnetical strength, in such a position in the space of the plasma. This behavior is, let's say, characteristics of hydrogen. At the same time, we change another parameter, is the property of what we call determining what other element is in the vicinity of the hydrogen, that it gives this representation. Very much what now we look is the expansion into knowledge of the space technology. In the present time, we call it GPS positioning. But if you look at the aircraft industry, the air tunnels, they give you position, altitude, the height, in 3 dimensions, where we know exactly where the aircraft, in what position on Earth, at what height. This has become necessary to be adopted for the plasma technology. But if we look into understanding of this, this allows us to map up the universe, to map up the strength in galaxies. to map up positions within the solar system. The way we say, I'll meet you at such a service station on the motorway from that city to that city. Now we should be able to map up position in the solar system that we can meet. Considering that we understand the magnetic field, gravitational field positioning, the motion of the fields, the motion of the plasma of the solar system, and the rest of it. This is where now we've been asked to work within the governmental structure, within the scientific organization, to bring a standard, to bring understanding that we can quantify. How much GaNs do we need for such a job? Can we replace it with such a strength from copper instead of zinc? That we get approximately the same. We are talking now to understand the level of the absorption, how much of it gets absorbed and what it does when it moves on. What it changes the position of the strength after giving. It goes, for example, from what our body does. It takes cobalt, it gets other materials, it gets cesium, it goes through the body. When it gives its radiation and it becomes non-usable, the body has made itself a measurement tool that the radioactive material in the body of this element is not strong enough to be absorbed by the body or has any effect in its operation. So the body rejects it to go out, that there is a place for a new one. So the knowledge we need to learn is what our body does already. We have a point of reference. How does body measure that radioactive material in our limbs, in our what we call substations of the brain, the glands, decide that is not effective anymore, that it needs replacement? So the body has built a measurement system for itself. We never knew these. Now we know. Now we have to understand how we can develop technologies that we see the effectiveness level of any material that gives us an after, as is a radiating material and absorbing. After this level, it cannot behave like, let's say, copper. So automatically we have to find a way to replace it. It's more or less what we call sale by date. We call it sale or change by the strength. These are the new challenges which, now that we have come to legal registration of the different materials, is baffling the scientist. In a very short time, we will call for world scientists to gather in Accra to start standardizing. Because all of you are producing these gases, you are applying it for different applications, but we have no measure. Do you need 1 spoon of sugar or 2? How much sweeter you want it? The process is very rapid. Now that the legal frame and organizations around the world are getting to understand with our work with the organizations, scientific organizations, standardizing organizations in Ghana has started. We see other governments coming in because they're getting used in their country. In the next 6-12 months, you will see a massive move in standardizing. We have had a meeting in the past 3 weeks with number of scientists, 10, 15, a group from different legislation part, that understanding is that we have to do something with it now. So what we need is from all of you who've been around, or you work, or you see, to come up with different measurements and how you see one thing can be measured to copper or can be confirmed to be CO2. This has become essential because this way, for example, I can sell water from a tap and say it's a CO2. And I can select water from the tap, putting through the filtering system, what we call a plasma liquid, and tell you this is the CO2. We are looking now in organizations to bring a system. It'll take months, take years, it won't be tomorrow. Where, for example, in the house you buy water, which is, let's say, it's a gas of CO2 or zinc, or your label is washed off, you don't know what it is. You can put your bottle in the machine and it tells you this is what it is. These are the realities we are facing now that we're becoming nationally and internationally organized to develop technologies. As I said, in the coming years, there'll be more people employed because of this technology than man could ever imagine. We are facing it. Now, it's an everyday situation for us that it's not the technology is rejected, we have to resist it or whatever. Now it's on the table, people are using it, we see the change, let's measure it. Let's bring some sort of standardization worldwide. In the coming weeks, FDA worldwide will gather in Ghana. It's something we have to do it, and it's getting slowly planned. Standardization by the standards boards around the world is organized, getting organized. They are calling people, scientists in, let's measure, let's do something with it now. The point is, we have a product on the table. We have a number of products on the table. We see the results, we see the outcome, we see the positiveness of the use. How are we going to measure it? So the step for us now has become, as a new technology, we need new measurements, new tools. A 3-dimensional, maybe a 6-dimensional. The way we do in nuclear reactors, we used to do, we work on 8 dimensions. When I used to work as a nuclear physicist in design of the nuclear reactors, we used to work in 8 dimensions sometimes. The heat comes into it, the pressure comes into it, the transfer of field from the others comes into it. These are all variables. Now, after 30 years, I'm facing with the same situation with the plasma technology. Because I understand it, I can see how this can be done. We got the situation now with a flight test in Arizona. In Arizona, now they can increase and decrease directionally the field span. How do we measure it? How do we expand it that one side takes pressure and the other side creates a shielding? If John is on the line and he's awake, maybe he can show us. It's the latest test they've done. For the first time, we see the property of electron and a proton done in a very open way. Do you see John in the background?
Don't see him right now. Anybody else have any information on that?
No, it's just a private video. Well, I'll bring it up. We can share it. It's on the emails. Let me see if I have it. We can show it. Just 1 second. What this is, I'll try to find it while I'm talking with you, that you will see it for the first time. We come to what we said. In the direction of the motion, we need to decide which way we are going. In the production of the energies, we see how materials move, how we can produce material out of fresh air. These are the things now in laboratories we are facing. What I'm going to do, Rick, I'm going to send it to you on your, what do you call it, on the Zoom account. You can download it and you can show it. You will see an interesting effect. And this is important. Now, how much field do we, how do we measure in what fields are applied in which way? These are the problems, or these are the joys of new space technology. We are forced to now, by governmental institutes, to quantify the measurements. This is what they expect, that we can understand what's the next step. How far the next steps affect us, in which way. For the first time in the test, you see is that the material has become itself part of the innovation of its own technology in understanding itself. We have to understand, we have no choice. Rick is on your Zoom account. Can you see it?
Yes, just getting it lined up here.
Yeah, just open it to see it's the one. You'll see it, that they move to the one side, the field has expanded to like 16, 18, where on the other side it stays as 12. If you go back into the teaching of 2 or 3 years ago, this is what we explained. You expand, you extend your field in the direction of flow. Then you can increase it by strength, that you create a stronger shield in the direction of flow. This is what we have to learn. This is how we have to standardize. This is what is becoming part of interaction of the work. Governments ask us to do. Now they have nowhere to go. We have become the organizers and the teachers and the developers of everything in the technology. Can you play it? Then we'll see it.
Yes, just a second here, get it lined up in the live stream properly. And there we go. Okay.
You got it?
I'm going to put the zapper on. Watch what happens to the fields. Go ahead, David. So what we've done is we've isolated this side of the maggrav unit with these wires coming over here. You see the wires? So now what's happened is this particular motor is stronger than all the rest of the motors, and the fields normally come out to right about here, the 12-foot mark. But now when David does the zapper, this side comes way back to the wall. Comes another 12 feet back to the wall. But it doesn't come out the rest on the other side. It doesn't have the antenna. This side over here that doesn't have the antenna comes out right about 6 feet where we were before. But on that side, it's dramatically stronger. Okay, stronger.
Now what you see is that you can close the screen, please.
I'm going to put this.
So what you see now, we see the behavior of an electron. Here, the field, the plasma field was increased in one direction, so the connection of the field expands in that direction. Doubles. In the dynamic systems, which is getting developed, now you don't need that electron in that way. You use the maggrav systems in the direction of the flow to increase the energy, that you expand the strength on that direction. All it needs measurement. All these need to know how much we increase it, how much field strength is needed. How do we measure the field strength of the environment we are going into, that we can create a shield to be above it, that it doesn't interact with us. Now these things become reality. Now with the work with the institute, we need to measure. What about if you put another gans next to the cup of the gans you carry? What effects it has on the water? How much does it change? What about if you mix two ganses together? What's the effect? Or do they stay separate and each one does its job? The way our body does. We mix our food, meat, vegetables, bread. We don't eat them separately. And our body, in the process of the digestion, when it changes it to the gans, it decides which one it takes. As we said, every entity stays on its own strength. So we go back to the learnings we done in the medical application. How does our body measures everything? How our body decides this is not good, the strength I need, rejects it. We do it on a daily basis. We do it every second we breathe. We breathe air in. The lung has created a condition, this is the strength I'm going to apply and accept, and the rest can be rejected. The food we eat, this is what I need. And then the level gets absorbed in the lymph. Then the cells decide this is what I'm going to take from it, I don't need, or I'm short in division. I have to send the material back because I don't need this cesium, I have to let it go. I don't need the cobalt, I have to let it go. I don't need the iron, I have to let it go because it's not the strength I need. So, as scientists in the new plasma technology, and now that's what been asked by the Institute to come up with a measurement of what we have developed, we have to go in that way. Some of you are expert in it. Now we have to measure the tools. We have to measure, bring measurements in how these things work. Development of the new technology is not like the old days. One man comes and puts everything on the table. This is so vast that it encompasses the whole of humanity. In a coming time, we will receive inspiration and enlightenment by those who have done it already and are the passengers of the universe. But we have to make the first step. We have to show we understand than being given the golden cup. This way we mature. And this is what is about to happen. We have started the process of maturing in Africa. But it cannot be done here alone. We faced this very recently, and coincidentally, as I say, everything comes the right time. We asked NASA some weeks ago for the collaboration for measurements of the field. As I said, instruction for HQ is do not collaborate with Keshe Foundation because they might go faster than us. So now we develop a technology that encircles NASA out of the equation. We have to do it. We got to do it because now the products are on the streets, on the markets. We have to quantify why plasma of zinc shows this effect. We faced this one 8 weeks ago in Tokyo. How come zinc creates a 5.5 hours, 6 hours conversion of the cancer cell and CO2 in 23.5 hours? What's the difference in the strength? How come and why is it? In reality, if you look, carbon is 12, zinc is around 60. Look at the conversion. Is it the principle which we said, reduce it by a factor of 20? If you reduce 5 hours, which is about 300 minutes, or if you go 6 hours, which is about 360 minutes, and then go at the carbon, which is 24 hours, roughly, multiplied by 60, you have 840. You have 60 by 360 by 840. where is the relationship? If we go by the atomic mass weight of the plasma, plasmatic mass, what is the ratio? This is the only way we're going to start understanding out of the behavior to bring measurement of the material. We are familiar with this. We've done this with X-rays. We've done this with gamma rays. We have created a certain X-ray level, and then we've seen the damage on the cell, and we say this is what it is, that's the measurement of it. We have to go more or less on the same path again, but in a different way, understanding the flexibility of the ratio of the atomic plasmatic mass. You have 6 hours, you have 24 hours. The mass ratio between carbon and zinc is about 5 times. The time ratio is around about 4 times. If we take what we said in respect to the strength of the heavier elements by 30%, by 20% in the carbon, do we come to the 6 ratio, 1 to 6. But we see as we go higher in the mass, we become shorter in time. Is it the gravitational field which creates such an effect as absorbing more energy from the cancer cell? Or is it the effect of the magnetical field of the zinc which affects giving energy to the cancer cell that it goes through conversion? The understanding of the measurement of the fields of the plasma is the next biggest challenge for human race. The understanding of the plasmatic positioning is become the next biggest challenge to man. What we understand in the interaction of the Gans field forces on this planet will teach us how to travel in deep space, how to position ourselves, how to protect ourselves, how to absorb energies from the environment, what we need to justify the absorption for our needs in deep space. The process has started. We worked so hard, all of us, for years, to show the work of the gas, what it does, what it changes, what it creates, what material it brings in. Now, as knowledge seekers, we have to quantify it for the rest of the humanity to understand it, that our future scientists can apply it and control it for every aspect of its application. Be it in agriculture, be it in health, be it in water treatment, be it in deep space, be it in anything you can imagine. In a coming time, when you can create the GANs at a level and you can measure the strength of it and you can create liquid conditions of it, that the man can enter this liquid, that the body stays intact but transparent and in a way open, that you can go inside and change a valve or remove an organ or adjust it for its damage without open heart surgery, without cutting the body. This is the future of the space technology. Now we have to apply it. We have to measure it. Intact, but being able to be intrusive. This is what we have created is the knowledge which, as knowledge seekers, we have put together. We have built the first blocks. Now we have to show how these blocks can be applied and how it can be measured scientifically. Our medical team in the teachings, medical teachings are getting there. I watch some of the teachings. The doctors in that health section are getting there, but very slowly but surely they're learning as they go. We see the same with the agriculture side. Now we see on the research and development in this space. In the coming time, the center of standardization for plasma technology will be in Accra. We are setting it up. 15,000 square meter of land for research development for standardization of the plasma starts in the next few days. We need to be able and need to confirm the work measurement. It's no good anymore saying I took a GANS and it does this to me. I took a GANS and my wife has changed the cancer. Now we have to quantify it. We have to standardize it. But there is one thing, the beauty with it is, GANS cannot have side effect because it only takes what it needs, because it's a natural process. So what we've seen is the certainty in security and correctness of the behavior of the GANs. How we create the conditions for the GANs to be stable in its absorption is the next challenge. What we are looking now is the next step in development of the structures. Do we need bricks and mortar to build buildings? The buildings we need to build in the future in deep space would come out of understanding of the interaction of the plasma. Where to be hard, where to be soft. We've been through this process from the time of our own inception. We are nothing but plasma. Interaction of the plasmas gives the toughness of the which muscle, and interaction of the gases within the cells and divisions and control of the field decides I need a hard piece to keep it together. I call it a bone. We don't deliver bone or calcium to build in the womb of the mother. Field conditions on the preset arrangement agreement and the level measurements changes plasma of the energy to calcium. So in a coming time, what we call cement factories and brick factories are time of the past. Because we decide, would we like a soft end of the bone or would we like the hard end of the bone in the middle? Would we like it to be taking energy, filtering it the way the bone does, taking what we call the lymph to become bone marrow by passing through the tunnels? Now these are not anymore dreams. These are the realities that we have to create the materials for it by application of different gases. So we need the measurements. We need to understand the conditions needed to be created to give certain properties. Man will build cities in the depth of the deep space in no place where there is any planet. Because man knows how to create the condition of the material for construction of what it needs. As do many other civilizations. This is the passage we are going. Now, the first steps have been taken. We developed it. Now we have to measure it. And once we start the measurements, then we know what it needs for what, to have what, and what we need to do to have a solid state, liquid state as a food. Yesterday we were giving lectures to veterinarians of the Accra. They organized the meeting. They called, we are coming in, we want to know, because we've seen the effect on the animals. As I said, and those of you who know, there is a disease which kills young puppies in Africa. By accident, Caroline came across one. She said, it works, I know what to do. She took the dog in, 2 siblings, 3 siblings died because of the same. And by coincidence, the dog we took in, Caroline nourished it here, a dead dog more or less, has gone back home. We didn't know where it came from. It was the love she brought to save the animal. Even if we would have created a lot of risk for our dog. The dog went back home. Then we found out the dog belongs to one of the presidents. This is just coincidental. And now the leadership, past and new, are looking at a dog that the president hold these dogs. We see in the videos, play with it now. And understood the change because they lost the other 2. Coincidence are not pattern. World leaders themselves are getting touched by this technology. We have to put measurements, how much of the water of which we can give to the sick animal that it converts. Yesterday they came. We want it, we have no choice. We are losing our animals, we need it now. We sat with a number of them, all the private, what you call, veterinarians. They said, we don't need, we've seen the result, just tell us, explain to us how it works, that we understand, that we can teach our staff that they can feed and control and bring things back. I explained to them in a very soft way that all of us know. The animal is sick. You are used to putting something inside it. You are used to feeding it. The game has changed, if you understand. Put the gas, liquid plasma, on the body of the animal. It'll get absorbed in. I explained that we only absorb 20% of our energy from the food we eat. 80% comes from the environment. Now we change the environment of the animal on its skin. We've seen it working. To them, that's all they need to know. Today, across Accra, most of the veterinarians will be using to save animals' life. Why not in the rest of the world? They are not concerned about FDA because they've seen the results. They are not concerned about the standardization. They've seen the result. It's not just one dog. Number of dogs, puppies, life have been saved. We have pictures. They send us pictures of it. Caroline forever receives puppies dead, more or less puppies alive. The same we see with the cancer, we see with the medical teaching. Now we have to quantify it. And this is the task for Keshe Foundation supporters around the world. We've been acknowledged as a new technology. We've been acknowledged as a breakthrough in the world of science, which answers part of the things we didn't understand, not as a radical new technology, but as addition to what we knew, we added to the knowledge. This is our job. This is what today's program will teach. We ask for you to teach us, to bring forward what you've seen, what causes what, how can we measure. There are not many systems in the world that can measure plasma both in gravitational and magnetic simultaneously and measure the change of one against the other. At the same time, being able to position where this change is. The insight comes from setting up different test parameters. The insight will come from setting up in what we wanted but we didn't get, but we have achieved something else. In the set you see, we just seen from Arizona, the top reactor has started absorbing new materials to it. We got to find out what this new material is that the new condition has caused it to be done. Production of new matter out of the atmosphere. We saw this with Peter, where he tried to produce gold and he found that the testing was nickel, copper and zinc and other things. So we know we can produce matter from fresh air. We've seen it, but because we could not understand how to use it, we overlooked one of the most important, more or less teaching parts, production of the material out of fresh air, which Peter showed. We have to go back to it. Dynamic reactors are a condition of it. These are what we need to do and be able to measure that it doesn't become random. We can switch and get the same pie, the same cake, the same taste exactly every time. But this time, every time could be on Earth, it could be on Mars, it could be in deeper space. Because we dictate the environment, we create the box of the energy of the universe to create the condition we like. I teach you something which is the norm in the universe, and then it shows you the enlightenment. Today, you pick a phone up, you get a voice or you see the picture. In deep space, you create a condition of the earth which allows the soul of the man to be in the condition of physical structure of the earth. You can talk. Do I need to be on earth? Not to mean home, but I am home in the deep space with what I have on earth. You might not understand, but in the future man will. Do I need to come back to earth to be with the ones I love and feel the atmosphere and the joy of what I was used to? Or can I create a condition that what I love in soul will be with me? Would we ever miss home, as home is with us through the soul of the interaction? This is in the writing of Baha'u'llah, blessed his name. Even a stone has a soul. Now is for us to understand and measure the strength of that soul. In the agricultural part of the teaching, private teachings, they have moved to the level to understand the emotion level and the soul level of vegetation. In time, they will teach it in public. They are still on the first steps, but they have to start grasping the idea. Why some fruits we eat touches our soul, the pleasure it gives us. So they have to have the same level of soul as us, equal to our emotion. Now we can start measuring. Now we can start being part of the others, part of understanding of the measurements. This is the reality we are facing, and it cannot be hidden because now the governments have put their hands in it and they've got their foot in it and they're not coming out because they're using it. The institutes, governmental organizations which have been put up for safety measurements, standardization, now that become part of the Keshe Foundation. We are putting our members in the boards for our members to teach these organizations how the knowledge is that how we can set up the standards. But meanwhile, because it's under open demand use, we have to let it go. We just don't need to speed up to do it. In the next few weeks, few months, we announce the meeting of the World FDAs and the standard boards in Accra. It's just what we call technical matters to be adjusted. And then you will see regular meeting of the boards and health authorities, health organizations, the what are called scientific energy divisions groups to start bringing the application of the standard. And we are heading it because we have produced it. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers have been the front runners. Next week we have a meeting how to standardize with large number of scientists. I have made the teaching so simple that it takes less than a minute for any scientist to understand. It's not anymore how it's going to be. This is how you who teach on the ground, those of you who do the workshops, have to do. Make it simple enough that the present knowledge links into the new knowledge and they feel comfortable with it. Teach it not to be another holy grail. Teach it as something we already use. The way I teach in respect to nanotechnology and the GANs and what it is so normal it takes less than 1 minute to most leading advanced top scientists to understand this is a new knowledge. I have to know. It's me who's going to be left out. It's very simple. When you teach in your workshops, carry with you a few pieces of magnets, ring magnets. Carry with you a copper plate, a nano-coated material, and the GANs of the material. You explain that the copper is in a molecular structure. So it's tightly packed. Now what we've done, we create a different atmosphere condition for the copper, where we expand the environment of the temperature around the copper, where now they understand when you heat up, the matter boils and then evaporates. But now using caustic, we boil it, but before evaporates, because of the coolness immediately of the round or surrounding of the box, it goes back, but now it's in the gas state, it cannot go to the matter state. It becomes nanomaterial on the surface of the copper. To see this nanomaterial, when you see it as a black dark material, is between 30 to 50,000 layers. You can put your magnets stuck together as a ring, and then you put a few magnets away from it in a space. They can see if one moves, the other moves. And then you explain this is the nanomaterial, but it's still attached to the copper. It's the first time man has managed to produce nanomaterials out of the same matter. You don't need to buy extra additional, what we call popcorn nanomaterial, to glue it on. It's itself, it's part of the same matter. Then you explain, now we change the environment of this new material. We had the molecular structure of it, now we have the nano layer of it. Now we go back into the new environment. We create a new environment by putting it back again in a salt water. Don't forget, caustic was a new environment, gave us the nanomaterial, and it was the presence of the sodium in the atmospheric condition of this planet which allows this to happen. It happens with most of the salt. Now you go to the next step. You found the common denominator for the separation of the molecular into nano. So you use the same knowledge. This time you use again, last time was NaOH, now you use NaCl. What happens? Cl creates in the water which you put in with the place, one nano-coated and one not nano-coated, condition of magnetical, acidic. Sodium with the oxygen of the water creates a gravitational part of it, what we call alkalineness. Now it's a neutral confinement that allows the nanomaterials to separate. And now, instead of being attached as a nanostructure to the molecular structure, now you have a single plasma of the material. If the speed of the separation is fast enough that it cannot attach itself to an oxygen, you will get a pure plasma. And all you need to know is to show them, let them touch it. It's the first time man has managed to see a single atom, a single molecule. Everything which is floating in that GANS bottle or glass you give them, it's the first time. We were told we cannot see atomic structure. You need such expensive electronic telescopes or microscopes or whatever you call it to see an atom, to see a far distance star. But now a man can hold it. Then you explain to your knowledgeable scientist, everyone you see is like a sun. And it has the same power, but in small packages. It's you who decides you want to have Earth condition away from this GANS, or Saturn, or Jupiter, or Venus. It's you who decides to bring the proximity of the two together, what we call MAGRAV, gravitational positioning, for it to be hotter, cooler, lifestyle of Earth, or whatever you need. 2 minutes. A man from the village becomes the man of space scientist. That's what your job is as knowledge seekers, to inspire, to understand the truth about the creation. From then on, it's easy. How do we measure it? How do we work with it? How do we apply it in what, which way and how and where? You do not put matter state inside a GANS state in a living animal. Energy conversion is too fast and it's dangerous. Both in receiving energy on the gravitational side of the nano-coated material and on the magnetical side, release of the energy to outside the body. You create environmental change inside the body. Man up to now is used to injection of the matter like needles into the body, because it's the lower state compared to the energy of the GANS. Body accepts, don't see anything. But now you start Nano coat materials are put it in. Now you work at the level of the body inside. Creates mayhem of the energy transfer. This is why we explain, you look at the matter and what is interacts. With nano and the GANs, you have to look at the field transfer. The way we said, when you cultivate, do not put your potato with the GANs and 10 centimeter, the one you haven't put the GANs in. Now the GANs coated affects the one which is not, it's the field. You want to see the real change in the effect of it, the potato which is not coated should be at least 100 meters away. Because don't forget, the potatoes have already made their interaction field while they were together in the potato sack. You try to make the interaction as far as possible. The understanding of the plasma technology is not anymore show us new games, is understanding how they interact. You need a deeper understanding of the interaction of the fields, not how I can mix things. You're still entangled in physicality of seeing one thing to another. You got to look at the overall picture of the field interaction. Do we need, and how much we need, where we need, and what we need, into what quantity, in what position from now counts. Not, I mix a flour and the salt, this is the taste I get. Now it's interacting very much like hot air from ocean with the dry and cold air from the land. It's the fields interaction we got to look for, not matter. The need for a standardization, the need for measurements from now on become our biggest challenge. Because now we have to quantify, and in quantifying we will understand how to apply it, where to apply it. What strength we need to be able to separate the craft from the earth. Nowadays you need so much speed, energy before you take off. When you fly with a plane, we have to create the same standards. How much we need gravitational, how much we need magnetical, what is the condition of the gravitational magnetic field of the earth in Sahara or in the deep ocean. It's totally different. How closer we are and what is surrounding our environment in deep space from one position to another is countable. It's not put more fuel in it, we go faster. You go nowhere. Your jet engine will fly you, let's say, 50,000 kilometers an hour in deep space. Magnetic field is 50,000 by order of magnitude of 50. It's nothing compared to what you can do. The position and the understanding comes from comprehending the reality. The truth about the work of the plasma. How much, how far we can understand, we can inspire the others to be able to measure. Our biggest challenge now is standardization, measurements. We have made, Benjamin has made many charts, processes, now we are structuring it. The framework has been set. Now the measurement, quantification is our next challenge. And as a lot of you are setting magravs, coils and whatever, and you're teaching, you will find people ask you, what is this field strength now? Can you tell us? This is why in the coming weeks we're organizing all the standard and FDAs and other scientific group research to meet in Accra, that we set a standard because all of you are using it across the world. by signing all these factories which are coming into operation, we will face this in every government. In EU, they have come up with a measurement of the fields at a matter state, and they're happy with it because that's the strength of the knowledge, but it's not enough. We have to go to the next step, beyond this step. This is part of the challenge. The point is that leading world scientists are getting enlightened, and they understand it because they're using it. One of the biggest entries for the foundation at the moment is, you have a system, so what? But when you can show you have a diabetic condition and you can use this and this and this, and diabetic disappears and body finds its balance in short time of few weeks, and they are diabetic and they use it and they see it, you don't need to sell. Now I want to know more, that I can use it, I can apply it. At the moment, if you're in Ghana, our cars have become transportation of gas material to different institutes, different organizations for their own use. Because they've seen it. They're diabetic. They've got cancer. And the amazing thing is, as we were discussing with the, what we call rulers of this land, and now we're doing it with other countries, which is coming up with, I talk to regularly with different institutes around the world, is I've used it, it works. I want to standardize it, that I can play with it, that I can bring it out, that it can be used. This is one of the biggest beauties with this technology. They are getting touched at their own personal level, so they can't deny it. And they want to bring it that the others benefit by it. As I said, we needed a center that we could bring world scientists together with knowledge seekers of the Keshe Foundation. And that interface has been established. Now, we need those of you who don't talk so much, but understand technology in real term, to start making your ways to Accra to present technologies to the world scientists. You are the leaders. You are there to teach. In the coming days and weeks, we open this channel because it has to be done, that each one of us understand part of the beauty of this technology, and we need to explain that those who understand that part and are involved in it can bring a link of measurement and application. This is why we have to bring everything together. I said the changes, we'll announce huge changes in the coming days and weeks. The interface for standardization of the new technology has started. We cannot stop. They don't allow us to stop. At this moment, tens and tens of scientists are full-time in so many ways trying to understand how can we put something measurement to this, that we can let the knowledge go. Teaching on televisions in mass will start in the next few months. And we told you years ago, 2 years ago in Italy, we need to purchase our own television station that we can teach that the others just take recordings from it. It will be done here in Accra. We start and we'll see the more. The structure has been set, and the center for what we call GAN's technology has been moved to Accra. We support it, we need to support it to be completed. We need those who can man offices with the knowledge, not there to be just, I know something. Those of you who did different kind of measurement, different kind of showing how things interact in the world of the GANs and nanomaterial, it's time for you to come back on the scene again. Because We needed to measure it. We needed to understand it, that scientific world can put measurement around it. We will see new names like Ohm and Tesla coming up as you develop different measurement tools for different applications. A new world of science has started. You will be presenting these to the panel of the world scientists. We might even bring part of this panel into the Rome conference, because the scientists, world scientists, have to understand and interact with you who understood how and what it is. They have to feel it, they have to touch it, they have to become part of it. Possibly next week or two we'll make announcements for the Rome conference for the scientific world to attend, to join. It's a short notice conference, but it has to be done, because the speed of the change is too rapid. You've developed a test that it can show interaction, bring it in. We need to educate the world leaders. Does not matter if you're an old pensioner, you're a truck driver, you're a doctor and scientist, you're a surgeon, you're a military man, you're a physicist. In the conferences we'll set up for world scientists to attend now is for you to enlighten. It's for you as the world leaders in plasma technology, who you thought you're just a housewife, but the knowledge you carry is more than the PhD professor in plasma technology. Now you have to teach. We've seen the inspiration of teaching in the Keshe Foundations. Go back to the private teachings of 2 years ago in Tirani, where out of nowhere we brought Alex out, and Alex, simple man from London, taught the rest of the world, the whole world, of the technology of the energy. The new technology knows no race, no classes, no educational level, but the true understanding of the science of the creation of the universe. This is where we are going, and we have to bring you as groups, hundreds of thousands of you, who understood in interaction of the rapid teaching of the world scientists to understand. To you might be very, very simple thing. The system which Peter showed us, with 3 cores rotating, very simple thing, but creating materials which was tested, it'll become the cornerstone of a lot of innovations. How can you make things out of fresh air? Because there was nothing there. In fact, a lot of you thought that the 3rd core which Peter put as gold was creating the material. But that wasn't it. Go back into the CO2 box. The nano-coated copper with the zinc created the gravitational magnetic field of the carbon, which extracted the carbon elements in the air into the water. Interaction with the water gave us the CO2. What Peter didn't understand, and I explained it in a very direct way in that time, and I repeat it now that you're more knowledgeable, you understand, is that the 3 cores, because of the existence of the materials in the 3 cores, created the magnetic gravitational fields of the zinc, of nickel, of copper, and the magnetic gravitational fields which were in the atmosphere of the test area changed them to their matter state. This is what your body does. This is how your body creates calcium to become the hard pieces of the bone of your body where there was nothing. For the first time, we showed our atmosphere carries a diversity of the fields. It's us who decides what we want to extract, according to the gravitational magnetic fields which we create. It wasn't that nickel or zinc came out of any of the three cores. No. It was the creation of the fields between the three cores which became like the two plates of the zinc and nano-coated copper, which create the fields of carbon. Now you had the field, falls of the sky, the gold. Do we need to dig for it, where it's already in the atmosphere of the earth, flying around us? In many scientific research papers, you read that there is more gold and copper and zinc in the oceans. How did this happen? It's the same story as the copper nano-coated and the zinc plate and the salt water and creation of CO2. They feel the strength across the planet, in the waters of the planet, with the interaction of the gravitational magnetic field and the inertial mass of material inside the water extracts fields which are at the strength of gold from the atmosphere of the interaction of the fields of the earth and the sun. The same as it does with nitrogen, with oxygen. I explained this in the past, the hypocrisy about what we call the knowledge of the waters of this planet have come into the earth, what we call parts that have created water and it's been deposited 4 million years ago, or from the establishment of the creation of the earth. These cavities on earth, because of the condition they have, will create the same water in any shape or form, doesn't matter how much you convert them. But it takes time for them, unless they've lost the property to create the field strength of the water in that environment, because of the changes of the environment internally, of the strength of the gravitational magnetic field of the inner part of the earth. If you look at geology of the earth, you see different layers of material, layer by layer. Where did these layers come from? These are the dusts of the energies of the space. The way you collected the CO2 at the bottom of the pot, you have collected stardust, become the layers of this planet. According to the strength they carry, they absorb the fields. The same process as we absorb CO2 in the box, the earth condition through field strength extract what is in the environment of the space of the solar system in the interaction with the field of the earth, for the field strength of in the environment where that field strength matches. You created the CO2, you extracted the CO2. You don't extract CO2 outside the box. Now we understand the topology and understand the structure of the creation of the layers of the planet. Material is not dug out from one end and put on the top on the other end all the time. Mainly we collect residual from, and we collect it at the points where the fields are. We don't get the strength of the, what you call Sahara sand in the middle of New York. But as the earth passes and carries the same strength, Sahara creates and absorbs, converts energies into the matter of its own sand. It's the field, strength, attraction and interaction. This is how we have to start measuring. This is how we are forced to understand more in depth in what we have achieved, that we can translate the knowledge to the new scientific world. The test papers, which is done by Peter, the showing of the videos, these we need to come to the front very rapidly. That we don't talk about the GANS box now, we speak about the dynamic system. The dynamic system is the way the universe works. We have the videos from Peter, shows that test results. This has to come to the front that the scientists can see it. This has to become part of the blueprint of the work, the basis of it. And then those who want to standardize, they mix different materials in the cores, slightly less in one, slightly more in the other, and see what conditions and how much of the other and less of the another material is produced. We call on the scientists like Peter to join the conference in Rome, to join the conference in Accra, to explain and show the materials, let the scientists replicate it. The new plasma technology, the way we do it, with the GANS and the Keshe Foundation work, will become beyond your imagination now that the governments have got hold of it. European government tried to silence it because they understood the benefit is so much they wanted it all their own. Now it's in the hand of the nations which they needed, and it's going like a wildfire. All of us in little bit have put the seed in the ground to germinate, and now it has germinated. We have no more control over it. Now it's in the hand of people, and the people will ask for it. I encourage you to teach, but please, I hear a lot of problem with teaching. Those of you who do the workshop, some of you are teaching the wrong way. Go back and re-educate yourself. We saw this with Richard when he was here. He does things to him, it's so normal, but it's so opposite to what it needs, and that's why the factories will not work, because the people who we rely to teach themselves, some of them do not do the right way, do not understand the work. And then when they cannot show the results, they say something, everything is wrong with it. But now we found out those who were going to be nothing wrong with it, they never understood, and everything is the wrong way to start with. So of course it doesn't work. Just carrying the name of the teacher of the Keshe Foundation, or we are a knowledge seeker teacher, does not give you the right that you understood the totality. Go back and re-educate yourself. I see a lot of wrong teaching in the workshops, because you think that's all it needs to be done. You teach the wrong way, some of you, then your students learn the wrong way, they don't get the results they expect, and then there is everything wrong with us, where you actually never learn yourself. I see people steam coating the first time. No way. Have you seen me steam coating the first time? No. Deep cans, water filled to the top of the plate is sacrosanct. It's the way you get the process started. Draining it, using the meter to realign the layers has to be done. Most of you don't do. You have even forgotten about it. So you haven't realigned your layers. How do you expect to get the energy transfer? Now nano layers doesn't work. Now you produce a GANS. A GANS is not layered to work on its direction. You don't get the same effect of GANS. So I see the people who try to make coils, they make coils and they pile it on top of each other. You damage the layer. What do you expect to get what you damaged? Nano layers should not be touched from the time you put a plate till you fix it in your coils, in your maggraph system, should not be touched. You handle it as it's a toy. And then it doesn't work. You damage, you crush the layers. I see people putting GANs connections in boxes and connecting in the wrong way. So those of you who start teaching, now that we are in this stage, you have to learn to teach properly the foundation. These are the basic work. The first basic work is the production of nanolayer. You do it wrong, as we say in Farsi. When you put a first big wrong, doesn't matter what you build, it'll be all tilted. I see a lot of teaching. I see a lot of videos. I see a lot of things we all watch. Now that this mass teaching started, and people making huge amount of uh, promotion, and they are doing a lot with it to promote themselves in the name of the Keshe Foundation. I have no problem with it. That's the ego of the man. But please do not teach the wrong way. Please don't abuse the name of the Keshe Foundation to make yourself a lot of money and then give a bad name to the foundation because you are the bad teachers. We've seen with this hands of whatever is come up with, how people are abusing it. It's a new way to earn fast money. No, you will fail beyond. There are people who should not be in the structure of the teaching because their work is totally wrong. Mike Nassif is one of them. The way materials are produced is totally wrong. Do not promote wrong teaching. These cannot be done. We teach. Let Mike come back, we teach how it has to be done. How is the correct way? We don't exclude no one, but those who do the wrong has to be excluded by themselves till they learn the right way. We see another name that we seen their units are burning houses down or creating fire. Nothing to do, they just create elevation, and they found by being given 10 minutes on the Keshe Foundation teaching, now they become the gurus. They have no clue. Try, now that you're going into international teachings and teaching in different ways, to teach correctly. Don't abuse the name. We see it, and I warn, because I start putting names of people to be excluded because you don't do it the right way. This is not what I call a cow to milk for your own benefit, because this has to reach the right way to the people that it can benefit the people. A large number of people were Zoomed line disconnected this week as a warning. You teach the wrong way, you use the views of the name of the Keshe Foundation, we block it. You can do what you like in your name, but you don't carry Keshe Foundation links the wrong way. I encourage you to teach, but I encourage you to teach the correct way. Do not abuse the name. Do not go out as teachers and start making yourself huge amount of money by just teaching wrong. Make a lot of money, I have no problem. This is what the future is. Teachers, institutes will open to teach all sorts of things. But do it the right way. And then because they do wrong teaching, now they become my masters. They have taught me everything. I only gave money to the people to survive and they stole from the others. Learn, to work. Now that we're becoming international institutes and organization in space technology, people will see you lose credibility very fast. Do not teach unless you understood yourself. I see wrong organization with some work of Farhad in Germany in development of the nano layers has to be corrected. We've seen with Richard, he's been corrected. Richard has learned very fast. I could not see till he was here with me, and I could see the mistakes. That was one of the reasons German manufacturing was not showing any results, because Richard was not producing what it was needed, even though he worked so hard. He's one of the most sincere guys you see, but he could not understand. The process was handled the wrong way from the beginning. Now he knows. We see this with Farhad in Germany. We see this in South African work. This is not a gold rush. This is the rush to teach humanity. What you do does not touch me, does not touch the foundation, because people can see through you. You will see as reorganization of the work of the foundation, we have to teach correctly, all of us, that we go to the next step of space technology and helping the humanity. We have started working at a very high level with governments. And they understand it, they are measuring it. Once we put the measurement and the structure around, those who make a mistake stand out like a sore thumb. Reorganize your teaching, understand it, and start teaching that people understand the correct way. And you have to teach yourself the correct way first before the others. And those of you who see wrong teaching, bring it up. We have to be open that this process doesn't work. But don't be insultive to each other. I see a lot of ego travel. Be prepared to accept, I do something wrong or I need to learn something. I learned a lot and I enjoyed working with Richard while he was here, and afterwards now we talk to him. He can see he's done a lot of work. He's so hardworking, it breaks my heart, but from the foundation everything was wrong. Now it's correct, he's learning. And openness of learning allows to inspire the soul, allows to learn more. I see a lot of mistakes now. We're given a green light to these hands of whatever it is. Abusive beyond has to stop. We'll take it off, we close it down if it doesn't stop. It's become a milking machine for people to prove how wrong they are and they think they're right. We need these kind of links to allow more and more people to learn, but we don't allow it to become point of abuse. We need the structure to be correct, and we have to do it from the beginning. My openness and my straight talk has always been the cause of our success. Where we see problem, we explain the problem. Where we see correctness, we explain the correctness. When there is need for a correction, we correct it. But now, your mistakes picked up becomes a problem for us to say, you are wrong, it's not the way we do it. All of you who start teaching, all these workshops you are doing, stop, reassess your teaching, and start working that you understand correctly. You don't understand, do not go to the people who already make the mistakes and you think because they're making mistakes they are correct. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. I'll remind the viewers in the Zoom that they can put their hand up. I see there's someone with their hand up there. It's, Yu Chuan. I'll promote you to a panelist, and you'll be able to ask a question. Any other viewers can put your hand up, and you can be promoted as well. And we do have a question from Marson, which is a good one. Tell us, please, where are the pure teaching methods? Where to look? I know someone knows where. I know someone who knows where is the source of teachings. I think she means I want to know someone who knows where is the source of teachings, the right way to make this technology. Please share the core instructions. A link or some other way to direct to the original teaching. So this is
I think that goes back to Stanley and Vince at Webmasters. They know where these things are placed, if they can enlighten us. A lot of teaching was done during the 3 months of what you call relentless teaching in training, and a lot of teaching was done by other knowledge seekers. Arman has some good videos.
Yes, that's right.
We have others who done different innovations of their development.
It was suggested in the chat that the children's workshops that were what we call the kids workshops were useful for some of the basics that came out there. Yes, it's a bit scattered in terms of where the actual original teachings are. You might look toward some of the original knowledge seekers workshops that first started out, or the before the knowledge seekers workshops, where the public teaching workshops were quite useful as well. But we do need more of a central place that people can go to get the basics from the horse's mouth, so to speak.
I'm not the horse and I don't speak.
Yeah, I know. It could be older videos and other things that we could put together with the basic links all in one place that people can go. Like, for example, we should have a place for the question, what is GANs, that they can click on and have a bunch of links that are the sort of official version of what is GANs. And
there is a couple of videos we made prior to Fukushima works regarding how to nano coat and how to make ganses. And there are
referring to the one that you're in the lab with the different containers and so on.
Yeah, that is something we put out. I see a lot of people created a different version of it. As we know from Verdi in Philippines, we learned the fire coating, but we see the weaknesses in some part and the strength of the use of it. As we say, it's horses for courses. We see different, a lot of people stuck with the NaOH, and a lot of people have tested different kind of salts, but they still say, do I get a CO2? Of course, but your CO2 of using different salt is different strength for different applications. It's not just because it's a CO2. And this has been part of the teaching, innovation, and understanding of different applications. The process is inspiring. See what we achieve more. There is nothing wrong, but in so many ways, the way we're trying to unify the teachings, we have to stick to this process as till a new lines of thoughts are brought in and applied for different applications. But when we have all the information is there, now that we have new management in the Keshe Foundation side, this is all going to be put in order with the education side. This is the internet which has got to be set up. The facilities we are structuring will allow a lot of new dimensions in the whole structure of the teachings and workshops, but it takes time. But now, where we are with the governmental institute, needs speeding up to bring in more. Part of the plan which we have in the coming time is more or less the mass teaching on television. I'm speaking with some governments and they see the only way to reach mass teaching on radios and television is becoming the essential part of certain governments, organizations now, because the depth of the need is so much that you cannot wait to transfer the knowledge over 10 years, 20 years down the line. We are seeing a starvation, massive starvation. Look up on the United Nations and the new charts which are coming out. 15% of children in United States, the most advanced nation on this planet, so they claim, go to bed hungry at night. No food on the table. Ghana, around about 7%. How do we get food to these people? How do we stop our children suffer, stop the suffering of them not having the nourishment and food? Food at the end is the transfer of energy. Now we have the knowledge, we know how to do it. Why not a water tanks? This is what is going to be done, that we can leave the nourishment down the water tubes. We're doing it. The next step, we'll see it very soon, it'll come in line, that what food we need to survive will come down the water pipe. Is the eventuality of the knowledge transfer. Now you add fluoride, now you add plasma to the water, that anyone drinking receives the nourishment. We are doing it now in Ghana. We are working very heavily in this direction. Poverty is huge in Africa, especially in the West Coast, but hunger not much, because you can get fruit, anything, you can find food somewhere. It's a green lush areas. But if and how we are looking at it, I can show you how we are producing. We can transfer food through pipelines. Doesn't matter how long it stays in the pipe, it'll be nourishing. We are looking, as I said, with organizations in two totally different angles that you could ever imagine. We can deliver conditions that make condition of cancer in body of the man impossibilities. In next 2 to 5 years you will see it. I'm putting a system together in the background for Italian government. We have signed the first commercial agreements with national organizations. As I say, the Keshe Foundation has moved beyond the GANs and the others. We have moved and we are moving in the international dimensions beyond your imagination. We are busy with GANs. We are busy with changing the whole structure of the human race, interaction with this need of energy and food. In Italy, in the coming weeks, you will see, most probably in the conference, the first feed line where you put water in and you get all the nourishment you need for your daily life in a cup of water. Does not deplete. You open the tap, you receive water. Can we change the structure of the aggression of the man? Yes. Can we change the need for him to be comfortable in his emotional level? Now we have the technology. In a coming time, you will see us with world presidents and world leaders and world educational and scientific organizations. When I say we, it's all of us, because they will demand to know. It's their right to know, because they want to make the change. We don't hear much from Norwegian health minister. They've been watching and they've seen the breast cancer. She's a woman. The opposition is dead in its track. The process is going so rapid that it cannot be stopped. The most advanced nations need this to feed their nations, because the poverty gap is becoming too big. 15% tips to 25%, you have riots. Parents want to feed their children. When people's stomach is full, there is no problem. Instead of building walls, the government should look into how we can transfer energy through the pipelines that doesn't push people to cross to have to live a comfortable life. There are huge work going on in the background, and you will see one by one. Our work is bringing governments to look into. Our work, our supporters in China, our supporters in Far East, our supporters in Europe, in America, in South America, in Africa. Slowly, slowly the brick is becoming solid, because now we interact with governments. We need to be able to be correct that we can deliver to be done. Addition of certain gases into the water process in next few years will become the cornerstones of reduction in cancer. In next 4 weeks, the third trial has already started. We will show how GAN's safety will reduce cancers and diminishes cancer totally. We'll release the data. We've been asked to release. We do not till it's completely done. Don't forget, we work within the structure of the court in Japan. Everything will be fully transparent to judges. What we need is to understand more how we can change everything internally in our structure by, as a community, to work that it brings us to that point. Waterways are one of the easiest way to change condition. We know, for example, in cities like London, the use of contraception pills by women has now, in recycling of the water, affected the men's sperm production. We can use the same channel of the waters to change condition, to feed the nation. The reality with this technology is beyond a lot of people's imagination, but there is no choice, we see it. We've gone into the agriculture with governmental organization officers. The change is upon us, we can't stop, but we have to understand how we can bring it, not to be in the container of the CO2, but to be in reservoirs and in power generation and the rest. We don't teach, we inspire. It's for you to bring the knowledge on the table. The European governments through the false information rapidly developed to block have shown their hands, and they'll be in their own position. The blocking of the knowledge by American government was one of the best things which happened to us. We didn't become underground, we came over internet, blocked by few. I thank the Chinese government for not putting a firewall on the Keshe Foundation work internationally. That is of their wisdom. But those of you who teach in research centers in China, I've seen a new one has come out. Please educate yourself the right way, handle the right way, use it the right way, teach it the right way, and then you'll find people see the use and advantage of it. And other scientists, now they find a missing link in their work, will do it. Will bring more to us. We are looking for a structure across the Keshe Foundation that we all become teachers, developers, and the users. Something very interesting, as I said before, happened a couple of weeks ago. Showing the breast of the woman usually bans you on internet channels. They didn't ban us. The one, if you want to watch, it shows a process. Those who monitor understood the change. We are touching places that the, what I call people who want to confirm their existence through us is irrelevant. It has become irrelevant. The structure is to understand transformation and transportation of the energy within a structure of the body of the man. Within inner part of the working of any system. Be it the body of the man, be it the animal, be it the ocean, be it the waterways, be it vegetation. Try to don't get trapped in what you've done. Try to re-educate yourself and add to the education. One of the people who does this continuously is Arman. Arman doesn't stick to the old way, he just goes for another way. What happened if? And this has got become a habit of a lot of us. We've fallen in the comfort zone of the copper and the zinc and the CO2. This is gone. This is now you have to teach for the people to start. Elevate your knowledge to the next step. What about if I put more things in? What about I bring new environments in? We should see a lot of development while you're doing these things. The space technology will become part of the work of very few people in the Keshe Foundation because it needs a lot of understanding. Arizona, Ghana, some of the Chinese Keshe Foundation research centers, we become the spearheading the space technology. We try to bring the Iranian government scientists on board because they have a vast amount of information. If we can inspire them to understand the time is for peaceful time, they are the leaders in the spaceship technology. Getting Iran to share their internal knowledge will be the key to rapid development, but that is what they've done. We've beaten once, we are too shy for the second time. The structure has to come that we teach every level. And at the same time, we go ourselves to the next level higher, that we can learn more to teach more. Try to understand how you communicate in deep space. These are the technologies we need to develop. Try to see how you can interact, communicate with other entities. This is upon us, it's not the future anymore. This is one of the reasons that what I call has been a gap in understanding of the totality of the most of the knowledge of the universe by man. Man cannot understand the line of the thoughts and the science of people of the universe, because it has been so much everything connected to the matter state. Understanding universal line of communication is essential for us in breaking into space. We can't teach them English or French, but if we understand the strength of the emotion of the intention, we have understood the language. I started this last week with explaining to put zinc of different strength and then create the emotion, and you see the interaction. What about if you put the GANs of the happiness strength, the reaction of the sorrow, the tear, the joy, and the rest next to each other? Because that's where they are in the brain, and see how you can communicate through your emotion with each one without affecting the other. That you don't misread the joy as a sadness. The crying of the tear is not of the sorrow, but of the joy. Systems have to be developed. I can send you another link which is going with Arizona, just been done in past 24 or 48 hours. That out of the system, one reactor shuts down. Or the reactors totally shut down. We showed this 3 years ago in the Sensano on the Christmas day, when through our intention we shut down the reactor number 2. It's the videos on the internet. Now we see the same intention by the application of plasma through mechanical means or plasma technology. Now you see what we showed 2 or 3 years ago can be shown how it's done through the material. I can send the link to Vince and to Rick, and he can show you. It's very, very interesting. Very interesting because this allows us to bring how to do a lot of things, how to bring a lot of materials in order, in how we start collecting and in a way changing things. We need to understand now the next step. We need to understand the next condition, and we have groups who are developing this. Rick, I'll send you another link if you want to show it. These are the things which now is with us, and different groups are developing it. But as we sit here, we see that new conditions are created. And how we create these conditions. What strength forces what I call changes in dimension and production of different things. What material are created in that aspects of the technology when we create new conditions. These are all what we need to do. You see motors create new materials. Can you show the video that we can see it, please?
Oh, okay, I think the sound will come through here.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Okay, so we're trying the experiment again here in Arizona. David's back over in this other corner. Before we couldn't influence the motors on the other side, but we influenced the field. So now David, go ahead. and you can hear the motors stopping. David, stop the motors. Get them going again, David. There they go. And it probably has to do with the fact that they're all running the same line.
The interesting is, if it was using the same line, why doesn't the other things in the system don't
Experiment
stop?
again here.
I'll send you a picture, Rick, if you can take that picture, please, and show it. This condition, now that they start creating different fields that we see, field, directional motion, and materials are created on the cores. These are becoming very, very important. These are becoming very interesting. You see the material is getting attracted on top of the motors and around motors. Nowhere else. We are creating conditions that allows us how we can do it.
Hello, are you still there, Mr. Keshe? Okay.
Yes, yes. So we got to see how the position changes, how the interaction changes, how we are going to extend the knowledge. Is there anything you want to share? From other speakers?
Pardon me?
Is there anything you want to share from others that would get
Well,
inspired?
I do have a video that came up from the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group last night from Tomasz from Poland, I believe. And he has a couple of copper discs that he's nano-coated in a special way. And it's he talks about how he uses them to detect fields and how he teaches people to sense fields through using these copper discs. And I thought maybe you would be able to critique it and comment on it, and whether it was a valid technique or how he might be able to improve what he's doing or so on. It's about an 8-minute video. Is that okay?
Yeah, as long as you're happy with the content.
Yeah, I think it's worthwhile looking at, and I'd like to see your opinion about it. I thought it was
Let's see what is
quite
all
interesting.
Of our opinion.
Yes, right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Let's see what we think.
Okay, I'll get that lined up here.
You got a problem to load it?
I just have to share it again, I think. There we go. Okay, this is in the, let's get rid of the other picture here. In the plasma group, let me play the video.
Okay, we got it. So
There we are.
that's the idea. The idea comes from just normal copper ring. You just need a copper ring, normal one. This one is like 9 centimeters by 1 millimeter thickness, something like that. I mean, not heavy, something light, something comfortable to your hand with the size to make easy hold them. So that's actually those one is under construction. It's not ready yet, as you see. The layer isn't ready. It's only halfway. So the full ready looks like that. It's basically the black mirror. The idea is nano-coat them by a chemical method, caustic soda. Take ages because you need to actually nano-coat them, and after then polish them with a really fine sounding paper, some like a 1500, something like that. And the concept is prepare the mirror. The idea come from John Dee, the alchemist here from London, and some artifacts from North America. They use actually polished stone. Is what's the name of the stone? I forgot now. Anyway, doesn't matter. We got copper, and after when you're gonna polish them, you need back again to the nano coating because probably you're gonna destroy all the angles. They need actually back to the nano coating process because it's not ready. I mean, it's disturbed a little bit because it's constantly using by people, constantly used inside the system. So I got some scratches, some things like that, and sometimes I need to put it back again to the nano-coating process and repair them. So, but the idea is you need to actually create the best mirror how this is possible on a graphene. It's a very strange thing, and the graphene start behave completely. I mean, not completely different way. And this is my discovery. It's also discovery. The different properties for the graphene, a little bit different. And when you make the
where do you get the graphene from?
That's the caustic soda, just normal.
Normal way. Normally you wouldn't get graphene. You'd have copper oxide.
Copper oxide. Sorry, the copper oxide because
right.
sorry. So that's
because we can have graphene on copper,
yes.
But it takes a special process with the plastic and so on, other bits in there. Okay, carry on. Just want to clarify.
Can I correct?
All right, and after then.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Keshe.
You can get graphene of copper.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned to him after that, but it takes a different process than just the plain copper, correct?
Sometimes you do. A plain copper does that. We've seen that in Raman spectroscopy, which is very unusual.
Would it depend on the container a lot that it's in, the type of plastic or the temperature, or what do you think?
More or less, it can take shape. It depends how the process is and what is in the environment of it when the process is done. As you said, the plastic, or
you used to use the ground up necks of the Coca-Cola bottles as a source for the extra materials, the extra carbons would be in that, for example.
Yeah, it depends on what it is, but how they do it. But if you look at what they call graphene, which has become now, we think it only happens to carbon, the behavior of a graphene and can be replicated in what you call other materials. It's not that difficult that we can see the property of the structure and work of the behavior of the graphene in copper and zinc and the others. The interesting thing is what is interact between the layers. We don't have, in most of the cases, when you do, especially in a caustic and a plastic or whatever, only the pure, let's say, nano copper. Because of the condition inside, you have impurity spacing of the other materials in the environment too. It's very much like, as I explained it, you have the water in the areas in the middle of the earth. So when we talk about the nano layers of copper on materials, let's say 50,000 layers, is not all of them are of the copper. In between, you most probably have zinc, you have carbon. In the Raman spectroscopy, infrared spectroscopy from Belgium Institute, where all our problems started to become, as I say, always a terrorist organization using a simple material. They said we have gamma sources and the rest out of their ignorance. Came because of the change of the copper showing itself partially as graphene structure behavior, but at the same time seeing carbon, graphene and sp3 and sp2 amongst the layers of the nano layer. It's not that it's pure, everything is carbon. You have these plasmatic magnetic fields amongst these spaces of the nano layers. And some of the effects we see with this confirms that can be shown that is there too. Carry on, please.
Okay, thank you.
To actually use another sounding papers, much fun, like a 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, something like that. And after 7,000, you got almost perfect mirror. It's a little bit dirt. Sorry about that. It's not clean perfectly, but as you see, probably it's quite nice mirror. And so the concept is very basic because they come from Mr. Machran teachings, and the basic concept: every single finger is responsible for every single part of our brain. So even this one, we're just streaming the energy. So the concept, you need to hold them with all 5 fingers. So, and the first things, you actually immediately feel all the magnetic gravitational pressure between. They behave basically same like magnets. You feel like a magnet in your hands. Not like a neodymium magnets, it's not that strong, but you feel all the attraction, and attraction work with your mind. If you like stretch the field, you just need to start thinking, and you feel how the field is pushed. If you like attract, you just need to feel them, and everything happens by feeling. So this is very basic educational tool. There's no question about field. That's when I do with the health station, when I got someone who get problem with feeling that, for example, the person don't get any sensation, anything like that. It's basically like a wood. So the best option to heal the feeling, bring again the right feelings, the feel your energy, is bring the mirrors to the person. So after a few minutes inside the system, everyone, not on it's not always on the first session or on the second session, they always happen. And even if someone gets huge blockade for feeling, and it's good fun because people just sitting inside the health unit, and they get a lot of fun, like, just flying across. They feel a energy bubble between, and there's no question about the energy they exist or do not exist, anything like that. You feel very strong way, I mean extremely strong way, because they work like a magnets, and you feel how they push energy across your hands, and you feel kind of, I don't know how to explain it, small electric shock or something like that. If you like to use like for example like a health band, for example, this is the idea. It's like a Röntgen, like a Mr. Lakowski, that was 100 years ago. It was a device made by Georges Lakowski in France. So very similar idea. So that's the educational tool. That's what I do mostly when I get stucker. I just checking the fields. Normally I feel by hands. We are nothing, but this is fantastic tool. I mean, you immediately feel all the things, all the pressure, attraction or expansion, whatever, everything. And it's really nice. Costs a lot of work. To polish them is a heavy job, but I think it's absolutely worthy, and I never get any problems with actually anyone who come to me and ask about the Keshe system, how they work. Are I gonna feel it or not? All this kind of crazy question. After a few seconds with this mirror, they completely died, and everyone is completely sold through this idea. So, because no one gonna lie you. That's your own energy, and no one gonna tell you you don't feel it or something like that, because you feel it. That's your own experience, your private experience, your private field, and there's no question about that. So that's the perfect educational tool that saved me a lot of hours with many people to explain how the field work, what is the field, how is this technology, especially all the guys who come to me and I help them to build the magraphs and stuff like that. So it's always a bunch of questions, many questions, work or not, you know, all these things like come actually from kind of us mental instability, let's say. Don't take this nasty way. And this those mirror actually solve all these problems. So I just need to pass to your hands and leave you with a few seconds across the Magraph system, across the or inside the big health station, and leave you for a few minutes, like I say. And so after a few minutes, you're done. You got it. No question about that. So that's the for me, very important thing. And we test the mirror. I call them mirror of your soul. It's a quite dramatic name. Anyway, obsidian. Oh yes, that was the original stone. This Maya Indian probably used the same idea. There's few alchemists in Europe used this idea 500 years ago. They actually used the stone. They polished the stone and used natural gases. That's my expectation. So, but this is my speculation. So, final solution. That's the mirrors of your soul. So that's the one thing, and another.
Okay, that's the end of the video for there. So what do you think?
Very interesting.
Yeah, it seems like it's almost like an amplifier for the hands. And for most people, I think their hands are probably the most sensitive part that they would use to sense fields. Go ahead, sorry.
The reason for our hands is, as we always said, our fingers are like tentacle into the energy of the universe. Our hands is 5 of them. With
our fingers, you mean, not their hands. 5 fingers.
If you look at a hand, you got 5 fingers.
Yeah.
End of each finger is one line of connection to universal energy. So if you have one, let's say, one finger, is one strength arrives. The size of our finger, the shape of our finger, the shape of our toes, the structure of the muscle tissue and the lines you see on your hand absorbs and gives different type of energy from the universe. So you receive 5 times more energy when you have 5 fingers. If you look at the leaves of, I always explain between coriander and parsley, look at the number of tips on coriander leaves. Is more energy absorbed because there is more line of connection. So when you say our hand is a good way to measure and stronger, because we have this connection with the atmospheric part of the world. You see, our hands are on our emotional part. Our feet are on our physical part. Toes are very small, very short. Because the point of receiving energy from the earth is direct. With our hands we absorb energy from what is in the atmosphere part of our life. In so many ways, as we said, the lung and the heart are to do with our emotional part, which is to do with our brain part, which is to do with the atmospheric part, the gaseous part of this planet. Our hands are part of the same. But they become what we call multitasking, to provide us with grabbing and things to hand, physical things. But at the same time, the fingers, are the tip of fingers, are the feeders into our, what we receive. The behavior of the 4-legged animals is different than us who upright and absorb energy from the atmospheric condition. This is why You see with the monkeys and chimpanzees and the human race, we behave intellectually different because we feed from two levels, from the energy absorption. Animals on four legs, they're all connected mainly with the energy which comes from the earth. So it's mono, more or less. With us upright, we get both. We get from our feet and we get from our hands. We get energy from the ground, from the physical part of the existence, and we get energy from the gaseous part, which is our emotion. That's why we use our hand in showing emotion much easier, much more, because it's part of the way we receive energy. This is something which in some of the teaching I emphasize on, and we have to understand. The way our body has over the time in evolution has come to understand, to change, has been the way we walk upright. We have gained advantage by being able to absorb multi-layer energy. You see people with a short height have a totally different behavior than a height of slightly taller people. Because at different levels from the earth atmosphere, we absorb different energies, even by walking. These are the things which now we understand more of the knowledge we have to add to the knowledge. Our height, the position our arms, our fingers are, you see change in behavior of people who are amputation. If they have amputation, we see a totally different change in behavior if you could record them before and after. Because they receive different kind of energy. That energy gives a different psychological pattern in the emotion because our upper body is connected to our emotion. You see people with a leg amputation, different behavior. There is large number of studies because we receive different, we still with amputation, you still receive the energy, but of different strength than when you walk. Our understanding has to be extended to further steps. We absorb, as I said in early teaching, we absorb 80% of our energy from our environment. This is what I explained yesterday with a veterinarian. They said, okay, the dog doesn't eat anything, what do? I just rub the liquid on their body. The energy now is transferred inside. Because we are used to physically putting in, they never could understand that we absorb most of our energy from our environment. And doctors have done it here, the vets have done it. They've seen the dogs coming with a more or less dying condition. And they won't even, they can't give it to them. They can't give any liquid to them. And Caroline stands there and just washes the dog with the water. And they see the change. They could understand. In the teaching of yesterday, the doctors, now I understand why the dog, he already received what he needs. Even the hair on our body is a way of receiving different energy, transmitting different kind of energy. And the way the hairline is, even women, the shape, the texture, the color of the hair creates different kind of emotion. This is what we never understood because it's a link into the space energy level. It's not just sitting there. Now we know, okay, they said the hair is that part, which whatever. It's not. It's a receptive of the energy fields which is needed. Why do we all born with hair and then we go bald and you have different feeling, different emotion? Why do we change the color of our hair as we go older? Do we receive different energy with a gray hair or a white hair? Or do we give different energy from our brain? Of course we do. Now we
you actually have to open.
Now we understand this. We have to add to the knowledge. We have to understand more about what we didn't know, now the new understanding.
And after 4 days, it was...
Can you stop this video, please? So this is what is important. We got to see now, if you look at even the picture, you see the fingers are holding, so you're adding to the reception of the fields. And mono energy, now with the fingers holding these plates the way they are, you're dictating more or less the energy you want to absorb more of. If you make a concave of these and hold in your hand, would you see a different kind of light in between? Because now you're concaving the energy to reflect back in the center to each other. These are the flat ones. Make a concave and put it there and see how you create light in between.
I thought of that exact same idea, Mr. Keshe. And what if the plates were very close together and maybe even vacuumed out in between them? We might see some special effects.
Yeah, we have to understand the reality of the interaction. I explain in many cases, many cases of the interaction of the material with the fields, because even the materials have their own field strength. The process is to understand more of, to add to the knowledge. We need to complete the understanding, but with an open mind, open understanding of the totality. Would the condition change if we, for example, create or touch the plate with 3 fingers? Would the energy field strength will be exactly the same gap distance for the same strength? Of course it won't be. This is what we got to understand, and tests like this and evolutions and teaching like this brings to us. Openness to new understanding is the key to this technology. The minute you reject, that it means you have come to the point of not understanding the totality. Is there anything else we can see or you want to share? Or is there anybody else who wants to share knowledge with us?
Let me see, I think we probably have some other things here. Nothing more on that particular topic on that one. Let me see. I've got a couple of questions here. And does anyone, there was a person with their hand up earlier. Is there anyone in the panelists who has a question now? Maybe it would be appropriate, or if you have something that you'd like to present.
Yes, this is John from Argentina. Good morning, sir. I'd like to second you on the dogs cures. We are curing many dogs with cancers and different ailments here with the Gans water. We're producing 100 liters of Gans water a day and curing many people also. And last Sunday we had a...
Let me put it this, you don't cure, you process. Cure is the job of the doctor.
Yes, exactly. I mean, we don't cure, they cure themselves. Yes, we're giving them the tool to cure themselves.
John, you didn't understand. Mr. Keshe doesn't use the word cure, because if you use the word cure, that means the medical profession will come on to you and so on. It's not something that we
It's a
use.
process.
It's a process, not a cure. So we
I
don't
See,
use the
understand.
word cure.
let
It's
me
a
explain
language
the
thing.
difference. Let me
Doctors
explain
don't cure
John, let me explain the process. When you cure, you enforce the condition which you have created on that position. When you process, you allow the freedom of the choice. It's the body which chooses what it needs to take. So it's the freedom of the, what I call, energy to be used for what is needed. So we don't cure. Curing is job of the doctors and the present world of medicine.
I've got that concept very clear. I misused the word. Um, Doctors don't cure either. They give you a tool which helps you cure yourself. The body cures itself. I've got
So
that
what
very.
have we done? What have we done with the animals? Explain to
We've
us.
give washed them with the water, with Gans water, and they've got rid of their cancer in less than a week.
Anything else?
I've also
We
had a
have
big.
seen this. We have seen this. So it's just as I was standing, I was talking to the scientific organizations. They said we read so much testimonial on Keshe Foundation, which is literally drives us crazy. What we are achieving, but now we have to go to what we created for us to confirm to ourselves is correct. We want clinical trials. The amount of testimonials appearing on the internet with the use of GANs and nanomaterials, it is so huge that the scientific organizations for control have got to the point now they have taken a stop. Okay, let's do it that we can quantify to measure it. Because it's there, we cannot deny it. They have people in front of them. This is what they themselves, the regulatory offices are using it themselves, as we know it works. It changed our life. But let's now put clinical trial to it, that we know how much by measurement and who and what effect.
Mr. Keshe, how can someone like John, there's many people like him that are helping people all over the world, how can they be brought into this clinical trial basis, or should they work through veterinarians and doctors locally and that kind of thing, or is there another way?
We at the moment, as you know, we are on the third phase of the clinical trial in Japan. This clinical trial forces TEPCO to open their research, which they have for 3 years, because they've done everything scientifically in TEPCO. This will bring us a lot of material measurement, scientific medical measurements, which is done by TEPCO. They have done huge. Chinese government has huge amount of information in the background. We know American organizations are working in the background, measuring and developing materials and systems parallel with us. So one of the reasons we are trying to organize, maybe simultaneously with the Rome conference, is to bring FDA officers and health authority officers all together in one position. That we open the channels, open discussion channels. That the government, the institutes, the controlling organizations come up with a solution for measurements as much as we have to do. We are the pioneers. You say you wash the dog. With what do you wash? How much of it? What was the cancer? What was the size of the dog? How far was in the position? And for example, in the clinical trials, in animal clinical trials, for 1 week, the animal is kept, all the animals are kept in a condition that they calm down, they neutralize in respect to the environment of they're all the same mental condition. Before you start adding cancer to their body, chemically, inducing cancer chemically. It's not that you go and just get the animal the first day and you inject. No, they have a what they call normalization week. That all the animals, doesn't matter where they came, they're all in the same emotional, physical condition. And then different injections are created to create cancer in different part of the body of the animal. But then we see how much of the material gas affects which part. This is what scientific world wants to see. Do I drink a liter of gas or 30 ml is enough? At the moment, we see a huge level of interest, massive amount of interest, not only by men, but by women too, in libido, the effects of the plasma technology on sexual behavior. It's amazing. You do everything else, they are sick. We had a discussion yesterday with the vets, all of the men and women sitting. End of discussion somehow turns up, can you do this something for this? Yes, you can. And the only thing they're interested what is and how. So we have to teach the steps. You have a lot of people with a high blood pressure. How do we use the system for the people with a low blood pressure? These are the things we have to quantify. These are the things like when you say, okay, it works, we processed the dog and the cancer is not there. But have you measured how much water you used? What was the size of the cancer, where the cancer was? If you quantify these data, it becomes easier for the scientific world to put parameters. That's all they're interested because they get paid to put parameters. I remember, I've said this before, when I was in Tehran, my aunt told me, I knew when I was a child, if the patient coming to see dad or mom, that if they are dying or there is a cure. Because if mom went to one room, I knew the medicine for people who are dying was in that room. And if mom went to the other room, I knew that it is. I come from a generation of Hakims, the old what call home doctors, native doctors. So did they go to FDA to get what they gave, or we learned it by nature? We now the scientific world, we are paying them to make sure we are safe, and sometimes they make mistakes. I think you've seen the new um, medicine which is coming to the market for high blood pressure. I called it a racist medicine. I can send you the pictures. You'll laugh your head off. There is a new medicine on the list passed by FDA, which if it's given to the people of African origin, black skin, creates a huge lips, massive lips. I can send you the pictures to see. It's very interesting what has come up with this new. Is FDA correct to pass things, or is it the first time FDA has seen racist injections or products? I send you the pictures, you can see. It's very, very interesting. And what do we do with these things? Well, how we change what even the organizations who approved, after approving, find out that the material they have passed has been the cause of problem. How do, but it's good for the, what I call the man who is white in the skin, but not good for a man who comes from the African descent. What do we do? How do we, um, how do we, even in us trying to organize ourselves, have come up with this problem? It wasn't known. We didn't know that medicine, the new medicine has different effects with different people. What happened to FDA control? Or we never considered this.
May I ask another question, please?
Please go ahead.
Yes, last Sunday we had a big discussion with Spanish-speaking people. They're saying they're producing tritium GANs, and they call it CH3. For me, it's must be methane. I doubt they're producing tritium. If we haven't managed to produce deuterium, it's very difficult to produce tritium GANs, isn't it?
Have they measured it?
That's a good question.
Just ask them how they measured it. Rick, I send you 2 pictures from this new high blood pressure, which has been published. It's very interesting. Never been seen.
Okay, I'm getting them up here now.
It is very interesting because now we are faced with the new world of science. It's for hypertension. The name is there. We can't publish the name, and it's done by the pharmaceutical organizations. It's what they call the first racist medicine. And strange enough, with women is usually the top lip, with a man it's a bottom lip. I sent you another one. If you can change it, you can see I put it next to each other. So it's very, very interesting to see what is the outcome of these kind of developments. There's a name there, spelling. High pressure medicine, affecting only black, mainly bottom lip with a man, top lip with a woman. I bet we didn't have a black mouse in the clinical trial test, otherwise we would have seen it with them. Anything else?
Yes, this is Justin. Thank you so much, Mr. Keshe, and everybody within the foundation. Personally, I'm grateful. I'd like to come back real quick before we go forward to the animals. Where I was recently for the last month trying to work with the people, it was more so that the animals were more receptive to the technology as far as, I guess we'll say it, healing. I found that the animals were malnourished, dehydrated, and in a state of stress and emotional imbalance. And to go back what John was saying about the water, the easiest way to help with the animals is where my attention ended up going, was with the animals, as they are just more receptive. They don't ask questions, they just go with what feels good. And originally, I didn't want to insult anyone or hurt their feelings, but the animals just, again, just kind of come to what they understand as something that works and feels good. So in the same sense, it was very cold, didn't have a place to bathe them completely, but able to dump the plasma waters into my hand, rub it on their forehead, on their temples, behind their ears, on their neck, under their chin, and then just hold on to them for a while. These were animals that were not drinking water. They would not eat food, and they were literally on the brink of dying. And they, within a few minutes after having the water on their face and their head and holding on to the animal, the emotional connection, just loving on them. Within 5 minutes, maybe an hour sometimes, it was different with each one. So they would eventually drink the same water from the same bottle with the patches on them. And then shortly thereafter, they would actually start eating again. So there's a huge connection with the emotional balance and care, especially in a situation where the animals are being overlooked with the stress that the people are putting out as a magnetical, if you will. The animals are gravitationally hanging on to that stress without an understanding of what's going on, but they are in the environment, and it's on everything in the environment, as we know, of course. So the CO2 and zinc water is what I was trying to get at. Rub it on the face, rub it into their hair, onto their skin, all around the head, was bringing an emotional, actual rebalance that the people there started noticing. One guy walking around trying to deal with the animals because the people didn't want to listen. And we're not trying to force anyone into this anyway. They have to want it. And when they do want it for themselves, it's much easier than trying to masquerade around town saying, I have the answer for you, because it's not really an answer. It's just a tool. So whether, I don't like, again, we'll stay away from that word, but healing, promoting well-being, the CO2 and the zinc water, but also the emotional balance of the connection of a human or another animal even. They were very receptive, far more than the people. So it's been a great pleasure to work with the animals, actually.
I think better more than the humans. Let me add to the knowledge you brought us. Maybe we understand a little bit more. When we were speaking about the animals with the dogs, I brought into the attention, and this comes part of the research Caroline has done with these dogs, that what we see is called Parvus virus, which means what happened is that the animal, how they get this disease is very, very interesting. Is that the animal, the puppy, has been removed from the mother due to the economical, what do you call it, need. They take this dog away very early from the mother, and so is the loss of the mother, because it's not fully nourished, creates the condition of the disease psychologically. And as you said, when you give to them zinc oxide, they change. They immediately change. And you support the emotional part, and they change, and they build up the strength, and they carry on. So you're very correct. We've seen it, we can explain it, and when you increase the emotional part with the support of what they've lost, you will see them immediately changing. With the Parvus virus here, and it happens only with the puppies, is totally emotional, and you can easily change it. You can easily change it. It's not a problem. You're very correct. Emotionally, we do the same thing. If you look at, when we look at anorexia, anorexia is a kind of emotional problem. And what you do with anorexia, you don't go and push in GANs of this and that. You support it with CO2 and zinc oxide, just the GANs water, till the person has received what they need, and they just change. They just change because it's what they receive and what they have received which completes what they need.
Thank you.
That's what we need to do. It's very, very, very correct. We've seen it. What you explain is very correct. And it's understanding how simply you can change a life of an animal with small materials. Very little. And this is part of what we see. This is part of what we it's a correct observation. And if you go for that, you will see everything else which is needed for it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I think we got to becoming, as we said, more observant of the behavior than what we would like to see as other things that we can relate to. Anything else? Any other teaching? We're nearly into 3 and something else.
We're 3 hours into it. We could easily wrap it up. There's.
But we'll see if there is anything else anybody else would like to share with us.
I have another video showing a type of reactor core from Thomas again. If you want, we could have a look at that. It's be several minutes while he explains his GANS ball setup. It's a little bit different. That might be a way that could lead toward a measurement technique with the GANS ball, I was thinking.
Why not? Let's learn.
Okay, I think you can see the image there now. Make it a bit bigger.
Can you explain what this is?
Yes, I'm not sure where the video is here. Let me back up a little bit where he can explain this, I think. Okay, I'll try here. Again, this is Tom or Thomas. He'll show his GANS ball. Let's see it. See what he's saying at this part in the video. This is from last night.
So I need the white background, temporary white background. So back into the ball. Okay, as you see, this is star formation on the bottom. And
okay, now let me clarify. When he says star formation on the bottom, he has like little globs of what he calls like a resin material, which is a mixture of beeswax and a type of resin. And he has GANs, different kinds of GANs mixed in with the resin. And he stuck the resin in the starship formation inside the GAN, inside this ball.
That's fantastic.
Also inside the ball, he has a coil of nano-coated copper wire in the very center as a core that runs from end to end. So he'll show that. Let's continue.
On the top, I got double core. This is the one. Let's do the double. If you like to connect the core with the maggraph system, for example, with the plus or minus, whatever you like to do, feel free. So if you like feed them with a few different ganses, all the core inside, feel free. There's a lot of space. It's already closed. And the one trick with the ball, because this is the story with the properties for all these polymers. So this particular polymer, it didn't work actually that's well. So the part of frequency, plasma fields who come from outside, they stay inside and they can go outside back again. They can build the interaction outside because the nature of this polymer, they behave basically a little bit like a filter for a few fields. So, and sometimes we need these fields. So the good idea is use the natural polymer, which is this substance one I made, because if you're gonna check what is this, the natural resin and the beeswax, you actually create natural 100% organic plastic on this planet. That's what's do every single insects, and actually not only insects, the animals as well, they do these things. This is a normal thing. This is excuse me, gonna be a little bit nasty, but this is the piece of wax things. Oh, oh, it's still fine. All right. And okay, that's the trick. And the work amazing. If you're gonna hold in your hands, you just feel massive, just giant field from this ball. Also, kind of electric sparks on your on your hands, and work fantastic. When I replace the normal average ball fitted with the ganses, with the liquid plasma, through this one, I think I got just different maggraph. The maggraph is a monstrum now. It's just giant monstrum. It's not normal maggraph. The field is giant, is massive, and everyone feel everyone get actually go very everyone actually feel this feels very easy way. I don't need to ask people, you feel something or not? You feel some wind or hot or something like that? I understand. No. The only one thing what I need to do, I just sit down and leave the gentleman with the stacker for a few minutes. And
is the ball connected to the unit?
If you like connect, feel free. If you like connect by the first core and the second core, I will draw. You know, guys, I will switch off the camera and do some really basic sketch.
Okay.
Clarify all these things. So I get to account. Sorry for that, because I
was just wondering if you're connected to the maggraph unit. That's all.
Mr. Keshe, we can carry on with the sketch part if you like here, which is kind of interesting.
No, but people can go. It's on the Keshe Foundation. It's your teaching like yesterday. It's the workshop yesterday. Am I correct?
Yeah, it's the
so
plasma reactor.
Can go and see there. You can see the rest. What is interesting is he uses wax to put the GANs in it. Am I correct?
Yes, it's a combination of. There is a good example. It's a combination of beeswax and like a resin, what he calls resin, which is like a tree resin is the way I understand it, that you can heat up. You heat these up together and they melt, and then you can mix the GANs in with it. And then when it solidifies, it'd be sort of like hot glue, I guess, is the idea. And it sticks really well to the inside of the reactor core, and then you can of course have different gradients with different mixtures and so on, which he works with. And then he puts that copper coil in between
we
the
see,
two as well.
Yeah, we see a lot of application in mixing. Understand the principle behind it. Beeswax and what he uses resin, these are already in a GaNs state. They already converted energy into a GaNs state. So when you add GaNs material, you enhance the property of the same thing. In a way, now you bring them into the GaNs state of the stronger condition, field strength. And this is it's not the, what do you call it, something strange. We use it in different applications. We never talk about it. But it can be used very effective. The GaNs water can be used very effectively by mixing it with already converted material into the GaNs state. Like mixing with body of fruits, mixing it with body of vegetation, mixing it with body of what I call, let's say, meat. In here in Ghana, we are very aware of hygienes because of where we are. But we cannot disinfect the meat we buy from the market. We cannot disinfect the cheese or other food materials. What we do, we wash with GaNs water of CO2 and copper oxide. And we've seen the results. Kills all the germs more or less instantaneously. We can disinfect the pots and pans and use water, but we've seen the operation of copper oxide with CO2 on disinfecting. This part of the material now we are promoting and marketing in how on the food stalls. Now you go, you get a what you call alcohol injections. They put, you just take, press, and you disinfect your hand, but you don't know what the chef has done behind the counter. Food comes through a door or through a hatch, or food is dispensed on the counters on the dusty roads, and you don't know where she's been before she serves the food to you. What we're promoting now, and you will see it across more or less Ghana very soon, dispensing units which, when they serve you food, they just press just water on top of the food, instantaneously killing most of the viruses and the bacteria, which is affecting huge number of people here. This is the way we see interaction of the materials with, because the food when it's cooked is already in a GaNs state anyway. That's how we eat it. And the plasmatic condition of the copper oxide with CO2 depletes energy of the material. So people, it saves billions of medication for a government, for people, plus a lot of missing working time and school time and everything else, because no hygiene creates a lot of havoc. The interaction of the GaNs material with already GaNs products like food would become the cornerstone of the use of this technology by common man on the street. And the bottles are already packed, ready. We'll market it in to go. Because every day, thousands of people, millions of people get infected with diarrhea and everything else. What's the use of eating it and then trying to solve the problem? Now that we have a solution, it's just a spray of water on top of your food. When you mix your food, it's done. Before you cause the problem, you finish the problem. Eating vegetation washed with dirty waters across the world is the biggest source of infection. Now you just use it because you cannot put it in Dettol or whatever. The taste, the smell is not there. Now it builds in. As I tell you, and I've said before, the implication and application of this technology goes beyond the imagination of what we can see and what we can do. And one of them here, the gentleman shows a resin and wax and just put it together, because it's the concept behind it is because this is already in the Ganser state. You enhance the power, you add a dynamic condition to what is already converted itself. So the powers are stronger. Now we are working on the same principle where in the next, I told you, the industrial use of the technology is beyond understanding. Just 1 second, I have to answer. Hello, sorry about that. So what we see is interaction with already converted materials. There is a use now in application of what you will see, the use of the material in a very, very wide spectrum of the food industry. A very wide spectrum of food industry, because the condition has brought us to the point that we are looking at these kind of applications, mixing food with what we call ganses. People are trying it. They find a solution. We've done the same with the animals. And these kind of things are very, very easy to test and see. And the governmental organizations are looking at these things very, very thoroughly. Because it brings a change. And you cannot deny the change. And you can use it in a very effective way. Very, very effective way. You mix the ganses with different materials and you will see the change. It enhances the power of the CO2, enhances the power of CH3. We know this a long time. And this, I go back again, because in the trials with TEPCO, they mix the food of the animals with the GANs, and they've seen a massive results. They believe in mixing it with water would not be the same as when you mix it with food, and they've seen the results with all sorts of things. So it is part of our work. We understand more. Interaction with the natural materials already converted into the GANs state, like fruits and vegetables and meat, is a natural process. It's not something strange. And it enhances the property of both the material and the GANs plasmatic field strength. Thank you very much for sharing knowledge. It's very nice to see it, and we can put data and information behind it. As I said, what will come out of the research in Tokyo and 2 other researchers which we are financing will bring huge changes in a lot of directions. Huge changes. Because first of all, we have a scientific process which cannot be denied. It follows the international rules and regulations of the trials done by the International Institute, done by scientists of the highest caliber. Leading head of departments are involved in it. Leading scientists in each department is involved in it. And it allows us to understand more. And what you show with the resin, we've seen it with TEPCO, we've seen it now in our researchers in other directions. Now we have to quantify it, how much of it, and why you see such a strength.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. We had there's a couple of questions actually to do with animals. One is zinc the emotional connection in dogs and cats like with us humans?
Of course.
Okay.
It's different with vegetation and fruit. We have Dr. Carter who can enlighten us on the emotional part of the vegetation. And the research from Australia, the people who run the, what they call the agricultural teaching, they've done some work on this. They can enlighten you what's the strength is, what they call the solar emotional level of the animal or the vegetation.
Well, that has actually come up recently. I read an article, I can't pick it out right now, but it has to do with they want to change the status of plants because they now believe plants are what's called a sentient being. And if that's true, that they actually have...
What do you mean if it's true? It is.
Well, I mean, yes, but if it's accepted by the lawmakers and the powers that be, then these sentient beings have certain essential rights and certain, you know, qualities and so on that have to be appreciated. And so that will force, yes, it's going to be... the lawyer standing up for tomatoes versus the bananas
exactly.
And so on in court. This will be great.
We let the banana speak in the court. Yes. Evidence. We see its emotion. But in fact, we got to see, we got to understand, is us who's blind to the knowledge.
Well, that's right. And so there is someone from the Chinese, with the Chinese name that has a question relative with the animal, they say. So maybe that would be appropriate to hear from them. I don't know your name, but, oh, actually, maybe I have to promote you. Let's see here. Yes, let me see. There's several Chinese names, none of which I can read. I'm just click on the short one. I think that's it. I'll promote you to panelists. I'm not sure. Tell me if you are. Oh, I see you're all perhaps already as a panelist. So I'll unmute you and perhaps you can speak. Okay. Hello, can you hear us? Can you speak about your question?
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Rick?
Yes.
Can you speak a bit louder, please?
Okay. Let me adjust the speaker. Okay, is that louder? Not?
That's pretty good, yes.
Could you introduce yourself and tell us where you're from, please?
Hello, Mr. Keshe. This is Wan Qing from China.
Yes.
Yes, hello, how are you?
Good morning, thank you very much.
Good morning.
Or good afternoon to you.
Good
or
afternoon.
Good evening, depends where you are.
Thank you, fine. Today my question is regarding the animals. And in your teachings, it's talking about we cannot use animals to do detect for the cancer because it is the human's problem. And if we, my question is, if humans have the greedy, if animals have greed, if they have, how can they control themselves? if they cannot control, how can the human and animals keep balance in the earth?
What do you mean? I didn't get the question exactly.
It means if the animals, they have the greedy or not. If they have, how can they keep balance with the human in the earth?
If they have what? I don't understand the word you use. Feeling, you mean?
No, I mean greedy. Greedy is red pressures.
Oh, blood pressure.
Red pressures. Greedy. Greedy.
Ah,
Oh, greedy.
greedy.
Yes,
They want
Greedy.
more, you
Okay,
mean?
good. Thank you.
You mean they want more?
I mean, yeah. Does animals have greedy or not? If they have greedy, how can they control themselves? If they cannot control, how can they with human keep balance in the earth? Can you hear me?
Yes, let me tell you something. We live with animals. We have had a pleasure of having animals. What we notice, animals become obese if you look at the physical greediness. But I've seen in what I call emotional greediness, owning and wanting to be the owner of. And it's very interesting how we can change it, or do we want to change it? Or we have bred certain animals to be like this. We had what I call the point of grief, which is very strange to understand that animals go through this motion, but it's been reported, it's well known. We've seen it with our own animals that, for example, we left our little dog when we went to Dubai for 3 months. This dog is a very strange character. We had to understand the behavior afterwards. That it goes to the point of not eating or eating very little. And what it does, psychologically damages its own gum to lose its teeth to die, that it cannot eat. And when we came back after 3 months, the gums were all black. And when we came back psychologically, he was stable because he's so attached to us. We've seen the change. We've seen dogs that they become greedy of wanting to be the possessor of one owner and nobody else can come close. So there is a greed, maybe in attention, a greed in food, but they exist in them. I've seen it. It was a very strange phenomenon to understand. But when you see it firsthand, you try to analyze it. Why? Yes, there are. How can we solve it is to give what they need to satisfy that does not need to become a physical greediness to be, if you can emotionally satisfy them. We see jealousy in children, one respect to the other. And we say if you give more to the same, there won't be a problem. We see it in Islamic religion. Muhammad says you can marry 4 wives, but you have to give equal to all 4. And nobody has managed to do it. I don't know why they marry 2 women, because they can't manage to satisfy both the same emotionally. And so yes, we are greedy and we try to find the parameters of it. But can we satisfy that greed through ganses? Or do we create another level of greed? That's stronger, because now the lower ones has been satisfied. I looked at what you're talking about, because we had to face this emotional condition with the dog we have. We adore the little chap, but it comes to the point that they put themselves in a total destruction point. Is that the greed to have a love, or is that the greed to eat? Is obesity with man another point of greed to have more possession of, because we don't receive the emotional part satisfaction?
Okay.
It's a lot of research, a lot of understanding, and as I said, with you speak with the scientists, they want to quantify it, how much grief for how much.
So they are doing the research to test if the plasma technology could be controlled already?
Oh, it's not the plasma technology. This is the essence of reality of our life. Now we're trying to understand what we've seen now with the new knowledge we gain. As I said, this is not, what do you call it? This is not something which is been, we didn't know. And we need to understand more about our own selves, our own structure. And this is what is missing. And now with this technology, we understand what we didn't know because we have the new tools to understand it.
So that, yes, animal, if the multiple, I mean, the reproduce is overloading the quantity. Just we get some
Maybe
news.
we are not overloading, maybe we are satisfying what is needed. Maybe it's part of what we need to understand more.
Yes.
It's the lack of knowledge in our own knowledge, which is the cause of our problem, or not a cause, but not us being able to understand. That's
Okay.
all it is. So as we expand more and more, we see more and more. We understand more and more.
Okay. And another question is in the teaching, it's talking about use the plasma environment to change the cell and use the technology to return the cell to the original environment condition.
Yes.
Yes. And my concern is, does this technology, when we are using to return the cell, will it relate with the ethos problem?
What you mean?
I mean, moral or ethos, moral problem.
There are moral problem, but the moral problem stands in the way I look at it, in how we and what is our expectation. We cannot blame everything on what do you call it, on different things because we don't understand it. The moral standard is how we've been brought up. And as I said, it's a big dilemma. What is immoral to you and me is very moral to the others. What do we do with it? How do we handle it? This is, I mean, part of change of culture in part of the world. Morally, we can't eat certain animals. In another part of the world is on the table every day.
So
it's the expectation by our own understanding and our upbringing. Let me explain to you something very interesting. I was discussing this with scientists very recently, because it's a big concern to me, and it's something which has caused me a lot of pain and aggravation for years. Look at television, where people watch only productions of programs of national level. We don't see anything. Normal, somebody falls in love, there is a family quarrel or whatever. Now look at only American mass-produced, fed to the world is correct. 99% of the programs, movies they make is killing, guns, killing, and then finding a solution. By the end of the movie, the solution how you kill has been found. So in the process, they just teach you how to kill, new ways. To the American mentality, moral standard, killing is a normal bed and breakfast. They carry it. And they're trying to force on the rest of humanity, with the movies they make, that killing is normal. We have to become animals to that level. You look at the Indian movies, singing, dancing, elevating the emotion, doesn't matter how they do it. Look at the movies on the rest of the world. Locals in Africa, we don't see it. One nation is forcing the rest to force killing is good because then we can sell you arms. Why don't we put a ban on terrorism through television, through American production? Is a ban. Why don't we create a ban on movies which come from America or comes from the structure where gun is become normal thing to use? To us in East, it's immoral. But to them is moral because that way they could confirm their own existence of animalness. We are looking at another condition now in what we are establishing the world government and world security. There is a big problem in setting up a world bank for us. It's immoral to one of the most bankrupt nations in the world to confirm or push they are superpowers and they're the first nation. If you look on the bank balance of the United States, every child born today in America, the second is born, has got $65,000 debts on his head. In Africa, it's about $3,000–4,000. Let's bring balance. Let's say $10,000 is a death per head born, let's say in Asia, according to national death. So the governments of the rest of the world have to make 65,000 as a base point and pay every national citizen to become to 65,000 debt. So every Indian receives $55,000 to become as bankrupt as the Americans. And then we are all bankrupt the same level, we start fresh. So the man in India receives $50,000 that he can furnish his house, buy a house, accommodate himself to become as poor as the most bankrupt nation in the world. Where is the morality with this? These are the problems which we are trying to sort in the background with the whole structure of the Keshe Foundation. Because we are looking at the total psychological and social structure. We have no choice.
Okay, so the problem is, my concern is, before we spread in the technology to the public, should we take the cultural switch or the moral morality and emphasize first? I mean, without the technology, what about the cultures guide?
There is nothing wrong in cultures. There is nothing wrong in cultures. It's beautiful how the cultures are, but it's for us to understand what is immoral to one and moral to the other. And do we give them gas to bring them to the same morality that the other one accepts and the other one doesn't? Or do we give gas to both that they become balanced and becomes the moral acceptance that what is the best part of? Do we elevate the condition of, what do you call it, behavior of one for the others to be? I was in the way. It bothers me a lot. I was in the way. I watched a man walking with 4 women. Very old, middle-aged, bit younger, and a very young girl behind. To me, from Western standpoint of view, from being Iranian, having respect for women in a very high level, was like a grandmother walking with, with a daughter and a granddaughter. She was old enough. Then I was told, and then I understood that the oldest one is the first wife, and the last one is the latest wife. Where is the moral in this? Or do we allow everybody in the rest of the world to marry 4 and behave? Why don't we have a woman walking ahead with 4 men as different husbands? Or do we teach there's a standard of 1-to-1? Or within the parameter of understanding, if there is a need for a second one, that all three parties are happy in it, that it justifies not just for one to be superior. Or is it the woman have to follow because there is no food if the man is not there? We have to redefine this condition of morality, but can we do it through the emotion, or have the morality needs a standard? That we need to set a standard of morality for the whole world, now they're becoming one nation. Are we all allowed for wives, and are we allowed for husbands, and are we allowed so much of soul and breaking the laws to fit us? It's very strange. You see, in the Islamic world, it's very interesting. You're not allowed more than 4 wives. But you know what some Muslims do? They divorce the oldest and they marry another young one. So they have 10 divorced wives, live in the same environment, and 4 legally inside their marriage, what covered the Islamic law.
This was existent in our old times.
Yeah, but now it is the time they are living with us, they're among us, they're part of the culture of humanity. You look at Tibet, part of Tibet, a woman can have 3 or 4 husbands because they go into the mountains for 6 months a year, they're not there. The man comes with a herd, sees a herd, and knows the husband number 2 or 3 is with the wife. He doesn't come in, he stays with his herd in the mountain till that herd moves, and then he comes home. It's part of the culture of Tibet.
Just now you mentioned the children was teach to be killed when they grow in the Western country. So if we are using the technology to return the cell to the original environment condition, if it will urge maybe or make those who confirm the killing is correcting, made them more stronger, more powerful in the future. I mean,
Maybe.
Yes,
Maybe.
as you mentioned in previous teaching, those who is red skin, but their heart is white. Those in white skin, but their heart is black, right? So if we use this technology in those situations, is this that we need to consenting?
Maybe yes. Maybe yes.
Okay.
Maybe we have to look at what level we need to bring that the construction and the structure brings that situation into line. Maybe a gray part is the best part, that everybody can be in it, but we don't have the extremes of the two.
Okay.
It's very much like in Chinese, you don't have 0. They had to enforce 0 into your, what do you call it, numerical numbers, because Chinese culture could not understand there cannot be nothingness. You understand? So 0 is introduced into culture of understanding of the Chinese culture, as far as we understand.
0 is
nothingness.
Yes, nothingness.
Yeah, it could be, it could not exist.
Yes, in Chinese culture, it's the yin and yang, right?
Yeah.
And the totality.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nothingness doesn't exist.
Nothing is different from our yin and yang culture, because we have a sky and the land to stand for the very whole big concept for the culture.
It is very interesting if we could get, we have so much centers in China and all the Keshe Foundation supporters, that the Chinese join us in the teachings and they start enlightening of what you see an effect of GANs on the Chinese culture, Chinese structure and mentality. How is affecting the, what do you call it, the understanding and interpretation of a common man on the street, then how would we change? Would we, if we use all gases of water, of CO2 and zinc oxide and copper oxide, as I said, which we see is coming up as a part of the work from the governments, will be in the future done. Would we all become the same moral standard? Or if China uses different kind of GANs and separate different ratio, will bring different cultures of understanding and morality. We've got a very interesting part ahead of us as a human race.
Yes, maybe China, different culture have different view for the GANs.
Yes,
so it
we
takes
see
times. Yeah, it takes times.
We have seen it. I see it very, very, very interesting. It's something which we've been monitoring, absorbing it, and it's an observation we've seen a lot of. We see certain cultures going to different part of use of the GANs, and then the cultures go to another. It's becoming very much orientation of the feeling, of the understanding of the condition which the GANs brings. You see it in our factory in Ghana, that I've seen change in our staff because they're continuously in environment of gases, huge quantity of it. They have changed. I was explaining this to one of the, what do you call it, important people, powerful people in this country, that a few weeks ago I saw a pattern, because I'm familiar with the African way of thinking, been here, worked around here for years, is that they always have to look to the white man to bring something or be controlled or have a boss. They're all master degrees, they're all graduates. And I said to them something very interesting. I said, I have two choices with you lot. I can bring a white man to be your bosses, or you learn to manage yourself, that you don't need a white man to control you, that you learn how to manage. Then you become free. And they understood very well, very quickly. And we were watching them yesterday, and we see it. They became amazing. They have become an amazing team working. They don't need a manager. They don't need no one to be on top of them. And it's very, very, very strange. We condition ourselves, and we were conditioned more by our parents because of what the white man did, that they are superior. Now, my staff, or the workforce on the floor, has become the manager of their own. We change the morality, but being in the environment of GANs, they see equality. It's fantastic to see the workforce. I enjoy walking into the factory floor. And
Me too.
it's amazing what I see, because they look at what they produce, I look at the change in the social structure I'm bringing about, and I see it with a group. They're from different races and backgrounds, and I see that they're all reaching the same moral standard. They care about their own existence because they are given a chance to be important, to be alive, to be part of the structure.
Okay, maybe we can learn more from this topic. And another question. Can I ask
We
one
have
more
about
question?
6 minutes before we lose our live stream, so we have to answer very quickly.
Okay. It's about the fry system weight create and disappear in their teaching, which is showing in their Alexander Center. And
Pardon? I don't understand.
oh, the voice maybe louder. It is about a fry spaceship system in Alexander Center. The void, the way create and disappear.
The spaceship?
Yes, the spaceship have the weight.
Yes.
Okay. It can be create and disappear because of the precision of the configuration of the macro system, right?
Yes, if you can. This is we call appearance and disappearance, you call it, but it's making the same level field strength as your environment, that you become part of it.
Yes. Then, so in the teaching, Mr. Keshe give an example of Earth. Earth tilted the Earth into an angle. This teaching is saying that we are in a way giving more and taking more on the gravitational, and this gravitational in respect to our environment has tilted the Earth into an angle. So my question is, who provide the gravitational to the Earth?
The gravitational field of the Earth is dictated by its own internal structure primarily. The same as is magnetical. In the structure of the planetary system, we have a fixed level filter ratio, what I call the inner core. And as we use or we gain, we give, dictates how much is the leftover. And it's done initially by the early stages. We lose huge amount of gravitational magnetic field as maggrav. But at the same time, we gain not only partially the field, as I spoke earlier in this teaching, we gain huge amount of matter state inertia added to the mass of the planet. So there is a huge disbalance continuously. You read on the internet how many metric ton of matter is absorbed by the Earth on an annual basis. So this creates an increase on the inertia part, but at the same time our maggrav reduces because of our proximity to the sun as we're getting pulled more and more. The closer we move to the sun, the higher order magnetic gravitational fields are consumed and given. The interaction is of the highest order because we are closer, we interact with the higher order fields of the sun. When you're in a Saturn position, your magnetical field is much weaker and gravitational field the same in attraction. When you come to the position we are, or Venus or the other planetary, as we get closer, we move in a higher field order. Our annual cycle becomes shorter because we come off the higher. It's the same, that's why I say what they say about the fallacy with Einstein, E is called mc squared. It's primarily, you can see it when you look at the solar system structure and the speed of the planetary systems in respect to the sun. As we move closer, we work on a higher strength. The rotation is not just a circular distance. We don't work on a fixed circular distance. You see this what happens. So when you create of the same, they are in the coming time, man will see stars appear and disappear as we travel more in space, because the strength according to our observation is there or not. We'll crash into the structures which were not there and suddenly appear because they're not at the strength of the vision of the man or detection of the man. We have a lot to learn. So you can make yourself at the strength that you become equal to the environment on your gravitational field, and you will not be observed. Not by the systems we have, but we can confirm the existence through the field of strength. Thank you very much for today. Please come back. We have a couple of minutes before we lose transmission because we have got a 4-hour transmission on the live stream. Come back next week with more questions we try to answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much.
Have a nice
Please
day.
do not. Bye. Thank you indeed. All the best to the Chinese community.
Thank you.
One thing which I have to to emphasize, we have launched the building of the Keshe Foundation Space Institute, laboratories, clinic, the buildings, the factories, and the space launch pads and the rest. We need financial support to be able to complete. We go back, please, if you can arrange or can do something that it can help the advancement of the building of these, that we can help the rest of the humanity and structure it. It's our responsibility now that we've wanted it, we have received it, not to fail at this stage. If I go to the government, then we get the games off the pass plate. It's us who will bring the change. We need it to change it. I have put my life and all the assets we have on it, but it's not sufficient. We need the support to build the center. We are not building a church, we are building this institute for teaching of the man to all become equal.
There was one last question in that regard, Mr. Keshe, about if someone wanted to pay either for Keshe Foundation products or to make a donation, are they willing to accept checks from the WERE Bank in Manchester, England? Apparently,
all their
you
checks
talked
have been
about that.
returned. All their checks, they send checks, we send them to the bank, not have been cashed.
Oh, okay.
We had this before, there is something wrong. You make a donation directly into the bank on the usual channels.
Okay.
We need to build this establishment. I'm speaking with governments, but the governments come with their own restrictions. We become back a slave to those who have enslaved us for long enough.
What about the Bitcoin system? Perhaps it's time to get that going. I know there are people that like to donate in Bitcoin.
You cash your Bitcoins and put the donation to the foundation. It's a very transparent, we work very, very transparent with this system because it has to be built that we can change. We have a target of 250 million and it'll be built. Once the grounds raises, the designs will be made public. The what you call civil engineers and the architects are on the ground at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, evaluating all the conditions we have, that we can proceed to the next steps. The construction starts, the road plan has to be done, and we had a meeting with the architects and they're all 10-15 of them are on site tomorrow to start the phase. And this all costs money. Nobody does anything at this moment of time for serving the foundation because they have to feed their children at the end of the day. And we will post the pictures of the architects and everybody on the ground that you can see the process as it started.
Good.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank you. Okay, that'll end the teaching for today. If anybody has any leftover questions, there are several they can tie over till next week. Okay, that'll end the 160th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, February 23rd, 2017. And as always, thank you everybody for attending, and thanks to those who presented as well. Okay, we'll end the live stream. And we'll just take a minute before we end the Zoom meeting so that the recording can catch up.
Can you stop the recording though, Rick, please? Flint, maybe?